Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Worcester City Council meeting. If you can, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
Here.
Councilor Bellotta. Here. Councilor Economou. Councilor Rizzolo. Here. Councilor King.
Here.
Councilor Mitra.
Here.
Councilor Ojeda.
Here.
Councilor Rivera.
Here.
Councilor Rosen.
Here.
Councilor Toomey.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. First is approval of the minutes of 5A and 5B collectively. Those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. First, I'd like to announce that Rob Blau is going to hold items 10A through 10C under privilege. And we have public participation. A person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rule 39, items of public interest. At every meeting of the City Council, under public participation portion of the agenda, the chair shall recognize any person seeking such recognition for the purpose of addressing the council on any eligible item on the agenda for both the meeting in person
10.2.
and remotely. Any person who wishes to speak more than one agenda item shall combine their testimony on all items to one appearance at the microphone. The time for speaking shall not exceed 2 minutes for any one speaker or 30 minutes for all speakers. Rule 40, petitions. On the first occasion, any petition appears before the City Council agenda. The primary petitioner may address the City Council for no more than 3 minutes on the subject of their petition.
Thank you. Okay, this your name and city of residence and item number?
Mary Saxtetter, City of Worcester. I'd like to comment on the long
She needs
history
to,
of...
Guys,
you need to speak in the microphone.
Might want to use the other microphone, maybe. if you want.
Mary Saxtetter, City of Worcester. I'd like to comment on the long history of police corruption in Worcester in reference to agenda item 10.5. Citizens have been asking for a civilian review board since the 1970s. Every time I see a police cruiser with its blue lights on, I wonder if the officer driving is one of the police officers who had sex with prostitutes in their cruiser wearing their uniform and gun. Credible reports according to the Department of Justice. Or is this the courageous police officer who hit a mentally ill man in the head while he was strapped to a gurney with his hands zip-tied? Or is this the canine officer who ordered his dog to attack a man on the ground, surrounded by several police officers, and let the dog gnash the man's leg for several seconds without calling it off, which he failed to include in his report on the incident? The officer was allowed to change his report 4 months later when video surfaced showing his lies. This incident cost Worcester $375,000 in settlement fees, plus legal fees, plus City of Worcester employees' wages. And this was the second six-figure settlement the city had paid out in recent years to a man bitten by a police dog. In November of '22, Worcester paid $275,000 to settle a lawsuit brought by a man who uncovered video that again exposed false statements in an officer's narrative of his arrest. Then there is the current settlement from the lawsuit from the 2020 Floyd protests, where in a July 8th, 2026 TNG article, city spokesman Tom Matthews said the two sides were still working to finalize paperwork on the settlement, which won't be official until signed. Add whatever the settlement is to the $10 million paid out by the city of Worcester to settle lawsuits against the WPD over the past 10 years. Again, the $10 million doesn't include legal fees and city employees' wages. Having a civilian review board would not cost as much as the legal actions taken against the city. This completely negates Batista's opinion in last week's TNG article saying a CRB would be too costly.
Thank you.
Fred Nathan Worcester. The mostly finance items, 10.35, basically A through, whatever it is here. You're always filing and accepting these different grants. I didn't add them all up, but I just looked quickly. There's probably about $12 million. I would like to see more background information on the specifics as what the money is going to. I mean, there's an item in here of like $100 million, which is not part of the one that I just mentioned. It's totally independent. At some point in time, the city is going to run out of availability to get these different grants. And then I want to see what's going to happen with the police, the fire, the public works, the teachers. I shall go on and on and on and on, but I think you get the hint.
Thank you. What's your name, city of residence?
Hi, Tom Marino, City of Worcester, on this report. This report is not just a rejection of civilian review boards. It is a manifesto on centralized government control. What we were told in this report is, you'll know what we let you know unless lawsuits are filed, or you can go through you can file for a public records, which you will inevitably be jerked around forever on. I found it an interesting comment by the current president of the Patrolmen's Unions, who said that this was a ploy to, quote, defund the police, of course it is, and to gin up controversy. It's interesting that the controversy doesn't come from the actions that lead to the lawsuits, but by talking about it. Some members of this council have a really interesting relationship with this union. You essentially advocate for no oversight whatsoever, no independent oversight. Just an administration that is, or a city manager that's in the chain of command, so that is not oversight. That is management. But you basically advocate for no limits whatsoever, complete impunity. When things are well, you're happy to introduce resolutions praising the police department, and when things aren't well, you're happy to shut up and not say a word. And some of you won't even engage with the evidence related to some of these issues, and then you go out there, and when people ask you about it, you say, I've never seen anything about that. Well, yeah, because you refuse to read it. So in exchange for that, you get election support. But when the inevitable lawsuits come from your actions of enabling this impunity, who pays for that? What a wonderfully corrupt way to finance your campaign support. Maybe, just maybe, do something besides be beholden to a special interest group.
Hello, my name's Gary. I think you know me. I've been here for weeks talking about Civil Review Board, and I don't think we got anywhere. Now, through the chair and to the city manager, you have these commissions set up to involve and look into them, and then when they come back from their recommendation and they say yes, you just say no. Why do you have these commissions? You're not listening to them. This is not about whether the police are bad or good. There are so many good policemen out there. It is about accountability. If I was a police officer on your force and you were not weeding out the bad ones, it makes them all look bad. And this is ridiculous. You got to remember that you work for us. All of you here, we elected you to work for us, not the other way around. We have a bunch of people here, and you've heard from them in the past, that said we should have a civilian review board. Even the Post Commission says, we had a meeting with them, and they say, please have we can't handle everything, we need a civil review board. Why don't you start listening to some of the people? What is happening in this current city council is you're cutting off people's comments. It's almost ridiculous. It's almost like Mr. Trump, because you don't care what we say. I think maybe there's somebody here that keeps saying that they don't listen to the people who are here. Tell these people you don't listen to them. You only listen to people in the grocery store. Well, maybe we should start holding our meetings in the grocery store so we can get through to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Idella Hazard, City of Worcester. It seems we're here about every 5 to 8 years asking for a citizen review board for the last 30 or 40 years. Every single city manager we've had, when there was a police brutality case in the newspaper, categorically defended the police officer or officers. And the city was still sued. And what happens? We, the taxpayers, pay for it. With a city review board, it takes the heat off the police department, it takes the heat off the city manager, it takes the heat off the city council, off the city, and you don't pay out as a rule. All the other cities, Boston and the other cities our size, and all these people will tell you the names of the cities because they're in the newspaper, who have them. And they have them across the nation. Worcester does not. What's wrong with Worcester? They're working across the nation. There's something wrong that Worcester is turning them down. There's something wrong with all our city managers categorically defending guilty police officers. Thank you.
Hello, I am Felicia Campanelli. This is the first time I've done anything like this, so I'm a little nervous. Thank you, I appreciate it. I believe I live in District 3, but that's actually one of the reasons I'm here today. I recently moved back to Worcester after purchasing a 3-decker home in my old neighborhood. I struggled with housing insecurity when I was a child, so this was one of my goals coming back here to Worcester. After listening to the meeting a couple of weeks ago, I called the Worcester Community Action Council, and I was looking for assistance in replacing my old oil heat system. My approach to keeping housing affordable is to lower my tenants' utility costs whenever I can. And as an owner-occupied landlord, I turned to the city because I believed you guys wanted to help me do that. Instead, I was told there was no funding available and I should call back in October. They didn't even take my name or my email to see what the needs were from the residents of Worcester. Over the past few months, I've learned about many incredible programs that our city has to offer its residents. I even visited a family resource center on the other side of the city and discovered resources that many of my friends and family had no idea about. The problem isn't necessarily that these resources don't exist, it's that the people don't know where to find them. Access to these resources should not depend on luck. And right now it feels like people who receive help are only those who happen to meet the right person. That is not fair. It's not a fair system. People are working full-time, raising children, helping with homework. We're just simply trying to make ends meet. We should not also have to spend hours making phone calls just to figure out what kind of help exists. Funding means nothing. The hundreds of millions of dollars you guys keep talking about means nothing if people can't access it. So my question is this: why isn't there a place where Worcester residents can go to find the help they need? One website, one resource, one searchable system that helps residents find city, state, nonprofit, utility,
Thank
and
you.
other assistant programs that are available to us. I'd be
Thank you.
happy to work with anybody. Thank you.
Your name, see your residence, and item number?
Abby Mortallero, Worcester resident, District 4. I'm speaking on item 10.5A and the importance of a civilian review board. The importance of accountability. You know, police need to be held accountable, you know, and, you know, Batista wants to grip the force, you know, have more totalitarian rule and a top-down system from the top down with no accountability, you know, no civilian oversight, you know, and, you know, there's excessive use of force, racial bias, you know, violation of human rights, you know, and it's affecting minorities, and, you know, we need this accountability. We need, like, independence, access to data, subpoena power in this civilian review board. We need accountability. You know, we need. So, let me ask you, what side of history are you on? Now, Mr. Batista is on the wrong side of the history. And I know someone only wants to listen to the people they happen to encounter on an everyday basis and not the people that come to the city council. Well, let me tell you something. We, the people that come to the council, are the people that are paying attention. The people that pay attention come here. The people, who are you listening to? People who are not even paying attention? People who, what do they have to say? Something about the Woo Sox or something? Come on, we need accountability. We need accountability now. Accountability now. With Civilian Review Board, now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kiara Munns. I'm from District 2. I will be speaking on item 11A very briefly. It is about reducing parking minimums within the city. A parking spot in a parking garage costs $30,000, and that cost is put onto the affordable housing that we want to build in the city. So just a quick note, please pass that one before the night is up to make it so that our city manager can draft an ordinance to reduce parking requirements as fewer people in Worcester have cars than before. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name, see your residence, and item number?
Good evening, William Gardner, City of Worcester, and I'm speaking in response to item 10.5A, I believe. Are there great police officers in Worcester? Undoubtedly. I have worked with and met quite a few, but we are not here to talk about them tonight. 2.5 years ago, I stood in this very chamber and talked about my experiences as a Worcester police officer on and off the job. And I was physically assaulted by 3 different police officers on my way out that door. I reported this behavior in city council months later, and no one raised an eyebrow or bothered to reach out to me. Stand up, do right. I asked the question, why doesn't this and past administrations act on this issue? And all I can come up with is either you support this kind of oppressive behavior or you are afraid of standing up to the police department and its unions. I spent 10 years in this department, and with the exception of the sexual assaults, I witnessed everything described in the recent DOJ report. To say the least, it was a hostile work environment. I was bullied and verbally assaulted on a regular basis, all because it was clear, even during the police academy, that I followed the law and would treat the public with humanity and respect, traits not appreciated by a good portion of the police department. To this day, I suffer from severe hyper-anxiety and post-traumatic stress as a result, and am forced to live on 25% of my salary. I was treated so poorly that I had to leave the job. Stand up, do right. The police union would have you believe that the entire WPD is above reproach, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. What is it that you are afraid of? There are civilian review boards across the country, as well as departments that have their academy classes interact with members of the community before they are allowed to graduate, and the relationship between the department and those communities in those cases is so much better. In closing, the conversation about a civilian review board should not be summarily dismissed and deserves to be examined by this administration as well as the public. Stand up, do right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope I don't get... And I hope I don't get assaulted leaving the chamber tonight.
The next speaker.
Yeah, bang, bang.
Your name, city residence.
Good
item number.
evening. My name is Ellen Shemitz. I'm a Worcester resident and former chair of the HRC, and I'm speaking on item 10.5A, in objection to the city manager's decision not to establish an independent civilian oversight body for the WPD. That decision ignores years of consistent recommendations from the Worcester Research Bureau, the Racial Equity Audit, the Board of Health, and the HRC, as well as the investigation of the U.S. DOJ, which found reasonable cause to believe that the WPD engaged in a pattern of excessive force, officers engaged in outrageous sexual misconduct, and raised serious concern about gender bias and discriminatory policing. The city manager highlights recent internal systems change to support his decision, but such changes fail to address the fundamental problem. Without independent oversight, there is no meaningful accountability. Consider 3 examples. First, despite a public commitment made by the city manager more than a year ago, the HRC still has not received police misconduct investigation records as initially requested more than 3 years ago. No access to records, no accountability. Second, the DOJ found that inadequate data collection prevented it from fully evaluating bias and discrimination. The WPD still does not collect all recommended traffic stop data, and it's refused to adopt a written policy on the collection and reporting of comprehensive disaggregated use of force data. No mandate, no accountability. Third, DOJ called for mandatory annual crisis intervention training for all officers. Current policy makes that training voluntary. No mandate means less accountability, less protection for officers and residents. There are many other examples. With limited time, I'll end instead with a call to adopt best practice protocols as seen in most major cities in the U.S. and to create an independent civilian oversight body that's adequately funded, representative of our community, empowered to access records, review policies, investigate complaints, and ensure compliance. Current practice falls far short of those standards. Worcester residents deserve transparency, accountability, and public trust. I urge this council to support truly independent and empowered civilian oversight.
Is your name, city residence, and item number?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth O'Callahan. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm the former vice chair of the Worcester Human Rights Commission. I am a mental health professional, and I'm an advocate for individuals with disabilities. I'd like to speak tonight on item 10.5A in opposition to the city manager's decision not to support the creation of an independent, empowered, and well-trained civilian oversight entity. My colleague, Ellen Shemitz, has outlined the outside experts' findings as to the need for independent oversight based on deep dives into WP data, policy, and practice. I want to focus on 2 other points. First, the DOJ and Race Equity Audit raised concerns about WPD treatment of individuals with language, mental health, or environmental limitations of other kinds. WPD, to my knowledge, has not implemented nor responded to HRC's recommendations on policies regarding items such as use of force, mental health emergency response policy, canine policy, sexual assault investigations, juvenile arrests, police overtime, and others, which were reviewed at the request of WPD. Moreover, it has refused to consider the recommendations of the Human Rights Commission that it develop and implement a new policy that specifically issues guidelines for treatment of individuals with behavioral health challenges. Second, I want to address the assertion that the existence of the Post Commission obviates the need for a civilian review board. This overlooks the limitations of Post, as outlined by representatives from Post itself when it spoke before our commission in 2024. Post relies on WPD to first submit and review investigations. Post does not review cases where the officer in question retires. There are many other examples of this. Finally, residents lack protections that could be provided by the Model C Cops ordinance, first brought before the council and HRC back in 2018. This gap underscores an even greater need for an independent civilian review board. I implore members of council to join me in demanding that our city authorize the creation of an independent, fully staffed, well-trained, funded civilian review board that has unfettered access to records of personnel together with the authority and impose sanctions of noncompliance. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aretha Karashka, Worcester resident. I'm here to speak on 10.5A. I'm from District 3, Mr. Frizzolo. So I don't work for any commission or anything. I'm just a Worcester resident. I drive school bus. You guys have seen me before. I always take my job and compare it to a lot of things that other people are doing in our community. So I've followed this. What I'm going to say is that I see and I have read about the DOJ report. I have read about the Worcester Regional Research Commission. I heard about the meeting with Post, as well as other things. And I look at these organizations, one who Mr. Batista actually ordered that research item. But after all of these agencies who specialize in protecting our communities and holding our police accountable, for one person, Mr. Batista, to say, no, we don't have to listen to that. We have, diversity, equity, we have police cameras, we have this. I'm gonna quote Shakespeare, she doth, she doth complain too much or refuse too much, I think that's how it goes, something like that. What are you hiding behind? What's to be afraid of for the community to actually look into the actions of our police? As a bus driver, I have a camera in my face, and I'm held accountable to the parents of the children that I carry. Now, I'm sure all of you guys have children. Can you imagine your child coming to you and saying, the bus driver's abused me, and the system saying, but you can't see what they're doing? They should be proud to be looked at if they were doing their job right. He gets paid too much to just protect the police union. He's supposed to protect us.
Janet Davis, Worcester resident in District 1. I'm reading a portion of the letter that community organizations have drafted. We, the undersigned, representing neighborhoods and communities across Worcester, stand in solidarity with the Worcester NAACP and Black Families Together and join their call for a civilian review board with subpoena powers to hold the Worcester Police Department accountable. On Friday, July 17, 2026, City Manager Batista issued recommendations to the City Council, including a recommendation that the city not create a civilian review board on police accountability. This recommendation completely ignores years of civilian complaints against the police, lawsuits against the police for misconduct, which have cost millions of taxpayer dollars to settle, a years-long investigation of WPD by the Department of Justice, and an independent review of those DOJ findings by the Worcester Regional Research Bureau, which the city manager commissioned himself. We call on the City Council to reject the city manager's recommendation and create a civilian review board with full subpoena powers.
My name is Giselle Rivera Flores, and I am a resident of District 5 and a supporter of Attell. In 2020, in the wake of the police murders of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, the NAACP and the Black Families Together called for a civilian review board to evaluate civilian complaints against the WPD. In 2021, former city manager Ed Augustus acknowledged structural racism in Worcester as a public health crisis and outlined several corrective actions to be taken in order via executive order. One of these, a racial equity audit completed in 2024 under City Manager Eric Batista, found that the Black and Latino residents were respectively 2.17 and 1.84 times more likely to be arrested than their white counterparts, and that those same populations were grossly underrepresented among the Worcester police officers. Also in 2020, a public records request revealed that we, the city of Worcester, was found to have paid $4 million to settle 27 police lawsuits from the years of 2010 to 2020. In the next 6 years since then, we have paid out over $2.6 million in additional taxpayer funds to settle lawsuits due to police misconduct. What a waste of money.
Roberto Diaz. I am the Executive Director of Worcester Interfaith and resident of District 5. On December 9th, 2024, the Department of Justice released a report indicating that the Worcester Police Department lacks adequate internal mechanisms for handling misconduct. In that report, the DOJ found that the WPD had engaged in a years-long pattern of civil rights violations, including but not limited to excessive force, serious concerns of sexual assault of women arrested in custody, and other outrageous abuses of power. In response, the Worcester City Manager engaged the Worcester Regional Research Bureau to conduct research on policing, specifically regarding civilian review boards. On October 14, 2025, the WRRB presented a report advocating for a civilian review board, an essential step toward ensuring accountability and transparency. And this year, the city's Human Rights Commission, an independent body advising the manager on issues of human rights, voted in support of a resolution that Worcester City Council pursue the CRB with full subpoena powers. Our demand for civilian review board is based on years of evidence, the recommendations of the DOJ, the Worcester Regional Research Bureau, the Worcester Human Rights Commission, and the millions of dollars in taxpayer money lost because the Worcester Police Departments had repeatedly proven incapable of holding itself accountable. Worcester is also an outlier among cities and review boards, and it's time for Worcester to catch up. The only other avenue to accountability, the statewide Post Commission, is understaffed and can only investigate 3 to 4% of the complaints they receive. And if WPD was capable of holding itself accountable, it would have done so. Millions of locked tax dollars and several investigations prove that Worcester's Police Department needs independent oversight to be truly accountable to the people they are supported to serve. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gidania Tineo, and I am from District 4 and also a member of Neighbor to Neighbor. And I'm here to express that the city's manager's decision ignores the mountains of advice and evidence, as well as the lived reality of his constituents. His suggestion that body-worn cameras and a diversity officer can solve the deeply rooted problems identified by the DOJ and the report himself commissioned is void of all reason. By ignoring the evidence and refusing to recommend a civilian review board, the city manager has effectively said that he's willing to shield a small minority of bad cops from accountability. In doing so, he has made a clear choice to perpetuate and exacerbate the growing mistrust between the community and the majority of Worcester police who wear the badge with honor and deserve our trust. The misdeeds of a handful of officers should not taint the honorable service of the majority, but preventing a few bad apples from real accountability does just that. We need real police accountability in Worcester. We continue to demand a civilian review board with subpoena powers so that the bad cops can be held accountable for violating the rights of Worcester residents, so that good cops can do the good job we entrust them to do, and so that the community knows their trust in being placed in officers who understand and uphold their duty due to the people. The duty due to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this your name, city residence, item number?
Echo Louisant Collins, City of Worcester, Massachusetts, and I'm speaking on the CRB. My name is Echo Louisant Collins, and I'm the founder and executive director of 508 Cheers, a Worcester youth organization that serves young people throughout our city. Every day I teach our youth about leadership, accountability, advocacy, and civic engagement. We tell them that good leaders welcome feedback, that strong organizations are transparent, and that accountability is not something to fear, it is something to value. That lesson shouldn't stop when our children become adults, and it certainly should not stop at City Hall. The greatest systems in our country all have checks and balances. Our courts have appeals. Our businesses have independent auditors. Our hospitals have accreditation reviews. Schools undergo external evaluations. Nonprofits have board of directors. And even elected officials answer to voters. None of these systems exist because we assume people are failing. They exist because we recognize that no individual and no institution is above accountability. Independent oversight is not a punishment. It is a best practice. It protects the public, but it also protects the integrity of the institution being reviewed by increasing transparency, strengthening public confidence, and ensuring concerns are evaluated fairly. Our city commissioned experts to study this issue. Community members shared their lived experiences. Organizations, advocates, residents, and leaders participated in that process. When we ask experts and the community for guidance, we should be willing to consider what they recommend seriously. Whether every recommendation is adopted or not, the voices of the people who invested their time deserve more to just be brushed off. Tonight, I simply ask you to choose transparency. Choose partnership with your community. Choose accountability and strength. And tonight, I ask you, what type of leadership are we modeling for them?
Thank you.
And if we expect our leaders to lead with integrity tomorrow, then we must be willing to show our youth what integrity looks like today.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Ebbison. I live in Rutland, Massachusetts. I'm here in my capacity as Worcester Addresses Childhood Trauma. I'm here to speak about the mental health impact of citizen review. I think you can see from this room, people don't trust the WPD. They don't trust the WPD. Today I hosted a national expert on gender-based police violence, and she said, who do you call when the people you're supposed to call are the ones doing the harm? That's how we're feeling right now. The victims of police brutality, of racism, of sexual assault, the mental health impacts on them as individuals are enormous. The mental health individuals on our community to not feel safe has a huge impact that can't be underestimated. I am asking that you kind of throw us the bone of citizen review and prioritize the safety, the felt safety needs of our community, the trust of our community over the fragile egos of police officers. These officers have shown, and we've heard, they're not holding each other to account. They're absolutely not holding each other to account. They're colluding. And if you vote against a civilian review board, you're colluding as well. I implore you to consider the mental health of Worcester residents and knock down this idea that we can't have a civilian review board. We need civilian review, please.
Christian. Before we go on, let's want to suspend the rules, allow people to speak, do a roll call. 1 hour anyways, we'll visit it. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economou?
Yes.
Councilor Pizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Just real quick, so the motion is to suspend the rules, period?
Yeah, for 1 hour.
Yes. Sorry?
For 1 hour. Then we can revisit it and see where we are. I think we'll get through this, but.
Yes.
Councilor Mitra?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Vera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosen?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. What's your name, city residence, and item number?
Good evening. My name is Margot Barnett. I've been a resident of Worcester for 36 years, I think. When the agenda for this meeting came out, along with the attachments, I read the fairly extensive report that the city manager is using as a basis for not representing a civilian review board. I have some comments based on that report. The report claims that there are guardrails. It claims that there's been progress built over the last 3 years. I think there have been ongoing efforts to improve conditions, but there are some really big gaps, and there were some big problems with the report. So first, I've got 3 points. First, the internal system. The report extensively describes an internal system which, from what I read, sounded like it was entirely under the auspices of the Diversity and Inclusion, Equity Inclusion Office. I remember when City Manager Augustus called for, wrote his equity, the order about racial justice. He called for an investigative body within City Hall. I'm assuming this is it, but guess what? You've kept it a really big secret. This is the first time I heard of its existence, so it looks like you're checking a box, not creating something with transparency that actually works. The second is the Bureau of Professional Standards. This is internal to the police department. It's not an independent agency in any way. And third, the most concerning thing is this city manager citing the Human Rights Commission as one of the guardrails that we can count on for oversight. But we have ample evidence that the Human Rights Commission has been systematically ignored, disrespected, and eventually eviscerated by removing members who asked for accountability. And further evidence of this is the resignation of 2 members in the last 2 days from the Human Rights Commission
Thank you.
because of this. So this calls into question the
Thank you.
sincerity of the whole report. We need to follow the recommendations of the Worcester Regional Research Bureau and
Thank you.
move forward to implementation of a civilian review board with full subpoena powers.
My name is Sue Mailman, resident, school committee, and NAACP member. I'm sure many here tonight are shocked, saddened, and now hardened by what has happened in our country since Trump was elected. Congressman McGovern regularly calls out the horrific decisions and impacts of this war against immigrants and black and brown communities. Our federal government is considering taking over elections. At every turn, our freedom as individuals are in jeopardy. It is one of the reasons why I believe that we need to be more vigilant about our local government practices and responsiveness to oppression. City Manager, you will remember, as I do, quite vividly, the last meeting of the official DEI subcommittee when Lee Woodruff disbanded the subcommittee because city government under Ed Augustus was keeping the committee in the dark. This meeting was a fiery affair and, ironically, was somehow never recorded. This reminds me of the human rights today. They are not allowed to act with full authority. You could have chosen to strengthen our government by creating a civilian review board for the next city manager, the next police chief, and the next generation of citizens. Your decision does not take into account the great pitfalls in front of us as a city, state, and nation. Mayor Petty, I read with great interest your strong comments about TPS protections for our Haitian and Syrian communities. Where were you when Councilor Hajii and other members of our community showed up on Eureka Street to protect our residents? Where was your empathy? Where was your empathy for the horrors of ICE and the very real view from residents that were there that day that our department was working with ICE? Your comments today about concern for immigrant communities ring hollow because you allowed a police department to actively pursue a sitting member of your city council for standing against ICE. Our policy actions as a city matter, and they matter in the context of a nation
you.
that is allowing itself to be dismantled one rule of law at a time.
Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street in Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise regarding agenda item 10.5A. Mr. Mayor, despite what the police unions and some of the members of this very council would like us to believe, a civilian review board to provide municipal oversight over the WPD is very much needed. When members of law enforcement are given the green light to act irresponsibly without local repercussion, that is exactly what will happen, and exactly what has happened. Members of law enforcement have harassed, assaulted, prosecuted, and in the worst cases, killed innocent people without fear of reprisal. One need only look at our history of lawsuits to know that. It is a reality I cannot ignore while maintaining my integrity. Even if none of that were true, I would still be heavily in favor of a civilian review board for one very simple reason. Nobody, and I mean nobody, should be allowed to police themselves. It's an insane conflict of interest, one that can only be resolved via independent oversight. And I speak from relative experience. When I was a teenager, my mother had to redo over 100 hours of internship, and her attempts to appeal the decision predictably fell on deaf ears because the faculty who sat on the appeals board were the exact same people who created the problem in the first place. A police department is supposed to be a public service, which means they serve us. We don't serve them. We should not simply take their words as gospel, nor should we have blind faith that their actions will always be just. We need meaningful local oversight, and we cannot simply kick the can down the road and tell the state and federal government to do it. We need to handle the bulk of the work ourselves, and a civilian review board is one of the tools in the toolbox we need to provide it. The city manager should be ashamed to oppose this, and the city council should enact a civilian review board with teeth without delay. I yield back the balance of my time.
That's your name, say your residence.
Good evening, Council. Ashley Spring, D2. I'm Ashley Spring, and I have personally been victimized by the Worcester Police Department. Hi, Ashley. I'd like to keep it light here with jokes, but the unfortunate place our city has found itself in really isn't a laughing matter. And I wish I was kidding, but I truly have been victimized personally by the WPD. I'll spare too many of the traumatic details of that day on Eureka Street and of the days that followed, because we all know the story that I continue to deal with. But I thought it was important to come here and say in absolute confirmation as a victim of police misconduct that I support a civilian review board as a culturally appropriate response to the abusive situation the community has found itself in with its police department. Not only did the police arrest me as I responded to the needs of a child in crisis being made worse by the WPD, they doubled down and lied about the facts of my arrest so that they could better manipulate the justice system and have their needs met. It's all on video. Go follow the timeline. But I doubt this is the first time you've all heard this. It's not a secret, and it certainly hasn't been. The council and this mayor and this city manager have all ignored that uncomfortable fact completely. But here's the truth. We have proof the police lie. We have it on video, and everybody knows. Those who choose to ignore this, congratulations on your buy-in to this gang behavior. I hope it serves you well. One last thing. The officer who tackled this child who was in distress, Juan Vallejo, has an interesting tattoo on his forearm. It says Omerta. A quick search of this word says, quote, a strict Southern Italian code of honor and silence that demands total non-cooperation with authorities. That is a terrifying thing for a man in a position of power to have on his body. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charles Hopkins, District 1, former Human Rights Commissioner. I was removed because of my support for a civilian review board of the police department. I believe that was why my commission was not renewed. I'm also, to make it a little more personal though, I'm also the oldest member of my family. I have 4 kids. I was a single dad for 15 years. My second wife passed away. It'll be a year ago tomorrow, to make this a little more human here. She was a warrior for justice and positive change, and that's one of the reasons I'm here. I've had my own experiences with the police that I won't get into. Let me give you some quick statistics. Worcester is the 2nd largest city in the 6 New England states. We have 215,000 residents. We're the 114th largest city in the US. Cities with civilian oversight of police, 71% of the 100 largest cities. We are the 114th largest city in the country. In Massachusetts, there are 5 cities that have civilian review boards: Boston, Cambridge, Springfield, Pittsfield, and Lowell. Why Worcester is not moving forward with this, no one understands. Let me give you an example of why this is so important. One of it's around policies. We have a wellness check policy here in the city of Worcester, where once a wellness check is done, no one can get any information on that. A friend who lives out of state, her mother required a wellness check in December of 23. She died because the Worcester police did not do a wellness check properly. She laid on her floor for 3 to 4 days. A neighbor broke through the front window and took her out. She didn't want to sue only because she believed that Worcester will do the right thing and put a review board in place. Let's do that tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Coyne. I live in District 5 here in Worcester. Neighbor of Charlie's, neighbor of Carrie's. People are upset. The manager has made a terrible mistake. The council has the opportunity to either support his error or to recognize his error and stop it. If the city of Worcester makes itself stick out from other large gateway cities in New England as a place where police misconduct will likely go unpunished in terms of the individual officer, we will attract every bad cop in the country who's looking for a good, safe place to hang out and to do their bad deeds. If you guys are serious about this, if you really believe this is the right way to act, there's only one way you can prove that. The manager and every member of the council who votes for this crap tonight should have come out of their payroll, their pay, whatever it costs for the city to pay off the police misconduct civil suits that this city faces all the time. It's not a thin blue line, it's a corrupt blue line, because they stand behind each other no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. I know, my uncle was a cop in New York. I know how this business works. They will protect each other to the end of the earth.
Good evening. My name is Fianna Jatan Singh. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm a member of the NAACP. I'm a member of Neighbor to Neighbor. I'm a member of Maywalk. I speak tonight for the same item that everybody else has been speaking about. We need to have a civilian review board. I'm not going to give you the data and the statistics. The Research Bureau has already done that. The DOJ has already done that. You guys don't pay attention to the statistics. So I'm going to give a message that I heard today from one of my good friends. Besides, you've already heard about Attell and Ashley's police brutality cases. But one of my friends told me today, 20 years ago, she was pushed down a flight of stairs by a Worcester police officer because she was trying to go back to get her backpack when she was leaving a bar. And then after she got outside, he beat her up in the streets, was never held accountable, and then he tried to press charges against her after he beat her up and threw her down a flight of stairs. This is how the Worcester police officers operate in this city. And you don't want to have a civilian review board so that nobody can hold them accountable? We've already had meetings as a community with the Post. They said most of the other towns that have civilian review boards, they weed out the necessary cases before they get to them because they don't have the ability to go through all the cases that get referred to them. So therefore, you cannot say that, oh, it's already being taken care of because of that post. No, there's over 200 cities in the United States that have a civilian review board or something equivalent. 71% of those are large cities. We are the only large city in Massachusetts. He already named the other 5 cities that are large that have civilian review boards. There's no reason we don't have one except that we're being run by the mafia. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Amanda Cronin. I live in District 1. This is not the first time I've been in front of the City Council talking about a civilian review board, and it's probably not going to be the last. But a civilian review board is the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. And those of you who are considering voting against it should ask yourselves, what are you afraid of? What is the Worcester PD afraid of? What are you as city councilors and the mayor afraid of? Give the citizens the right to overview the people who police them and have power over them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sheila Brenner. I live in Worcester. I've lived here about 12 years now. And I'm speaking about 10.5A2. I just want to get these points out because everybody said them already, but apparently the council hasn't heard. Key findings of the DOJ document report excessive use of force, racial bias, violation of rights. It's in black and white. You know, the first time I came to the city council, it was during a discussion of the ShotSpotter institution. And I found out that the city manager came to get the consent of the city council for the ShotSpotter after he had signed a contract with the company the week before. I thought, oh, welcome to Worcester. I'm from Chicago. I guess they do things a little bit more quietly here. I just want to appeal to all of you to listen to these people, listen to the groups who believe that there's nothing, if you have nothing to hide, you don't have to hide it. People and police officers don't have to be enemies, but the people have to trust them, and they have to trust their elected officials. Do your jobs. I have a 17-year-old senior in high school who might want to be a lawyer. She pays attention. There are a lot of young people who pay attention who are going to be voters. The tide is changing. The dinosaurs are going to be out. There's a new age, and we are going to win. Thank you.
So my name is Misty Green. I was born and raised in Worcester. I have seen a lot here in Worcester, and I'm holding all of you accountable. You guys need to listen to the community, and you need to drop the police. And you need to open up the Civilian Review Board. When my sister was 16 years old and she used to wait for the bus at 6:30 in the morning in Maine South, she used to get solicited by police officers for sex. Really? When my father was pulling out of his driveway in Maine South, he hit a cop car. Serious damage on that cop car. My father goes over and knocks on the door and says, "Sorry, officer, I hit your car. Is everything okay?" Officers in my father's driveway, by the way, getting a blowjob. Really? By a prostitute. "Get out of here. It's your lucky day," he says to my dad. What the hell? Right? So then I call on my father for domestic abuse. My little brother's scared to his life. I'm 24 years old. I call on a payphone anonymously to go help my mother, okay? You know what they said to me? "Oh, go there and give a testimony so we can arrest your father." What? I'm not going home. My brother's scared for his life. Go do your job and protect my mom. This is on and on. This is me. 3 testimonies, and I got more, but I can't share them. The police department is corrupted, and you are blinded with your eyes. Fascist bootlickers.
Hi, my name is Gemma Kamara, District 3, and I'm a member of the Massachusetts Organization of African Descendants. It's a sad thing that I have to, sign on to this thing because nobody should be standing here and advocating for basic things. I want to say shame on all of you, every one of you, shame on you. It's ridiculous. It is so ridiculous. And I do want to say, I'm speaking in regard to item 10.5A and the importance of establishing a truly independent civilian review board. In 2018, Ajia was arrested, a Ghanaian man, by the way. Many of you out here, you parade yourselves in the Ghanaian community, in our African community, our black community, thinking that you care when you don't give a damn about these communities. He was violated by an officer. And basically, the officer, tried to arrest him, and the officer asked him for a password to open his phone. During this encounter, an undercover official tightened the handcuffs until they caused tight pain around the wrist of Ajman, the Ghanaian man. And the officer responded, "Is this how you monkeys treat your police officers?" This is in the report, by the way. It's on the newspaper. And this is not the only case. We have one of our African leaders in the Liberian community. You all know him, Ambrose, the same thing. They sued the city of Worcester and got money from this. How many times are we going to be suing and taking taxpayers' dollars to pay off whatever else you guys are paying off here? It is so saddening. It is so wicked. It's dangerous. You guys are putting all of our lives in danger. It has to stop right now. So, and I want to say that this incident highlights the multiple incidents in this report, the DOJ report. And what are you doing about it? What are you people doing about it? Shame on all of you again. Shame on all of you. So the city manager's recommendation goes against the best practice, expert recommendations, and decades of testimony from residents, especially Black and Brown communities members, who have called meaningful police accountability. We need police accountability now. I don't know what this is, but we need it now. And I'm asking that you all, City Council, all of you, do your jobs and get a sign. And one thing, when I leave office here, because something has happened in the city here, where we have community events at the City of Worcester, watch parties, and the city is flooding money to police and all this, barricading things outside and making communities feel unsafe. Stop it.
Thank you.
Do your jobs.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council. My name is Gordon John Davis, and I live in Worcester. I'm speaking on item 9M. I'm here tonight to voice my extreme concern, over what appears to be legally flawed code enforcement targeting middle-class homeowners by the Department of Public Works. On July 8th, I received an enforcement order from Department of Public Works Engineering Division stating that my property was violating ordinance Chapter 12, Section 24, subsection C, regarding directing water onto a public street. The letter explicitly orders me to hire an assured and bond contractor, pull a DPW permit, and connect to the city common sewer within 14 days under threat and fines of other legal actions. The problem is that the ordinance applies exclusively and strictly to water coming from roofs, gutters, conductors, or waterspouts. My property gutters and structural damage do not flow onto the street. The issue is a sump pump and not rainwater. Dropping a 14-day legal financial ultimatum on the residents and to serve administrative overreach and burdensome. It forces working residents to take thousands of dollars in expensive and many hours of lost time just to defend themselves against vaguely worded claims. This causes undue harm and damage. I could not find any city ordinance directly regarding sump pumps. The ordinance cited my letter, Chapter 12, is silent on sump pumps. The Sewer Division gave me implied permission to my sump pump setup in 2012. I had no issues with the city for 14 years until early this month. This code enforcement should be voided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Davis. I live in Worcester. I'm talking on item 9M. This is about the mismanagement of a city department, the Department of Public Works, which is harassing homeowners. It put out a code enforcement letter, which was completely false and unlawful. It cited an ordinance that was not related at all to sump pumps. And the issue there was sump pumps. The letter was bullying. It didn't say come in for an appeal. It said, we're going to sue you. That's what it said. We had to go and force an appeal. We had to go to this office. We went to the manager's office, who has not responded yet. We have done everything. What we want is that there be no more of this bullying, that there be no more of this false code enforcement, that there be no more of this harassment, that the Department of Public Works and the Sewer Department get together and talk, because the Sewer Department has allowed sump pumps to drain into the ditches. I forget the one that flows out, but not the sewer. You cannot put a sump pump in the sewer, but you can put it into the drain catch basin. And that's what's going on, which is entirely legal, and which is what has happened to this homeowner. We want this nonsense to end. We want the mismanagement to end, and we want the manager to put the Department of Public Works on notice.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Noah Meister. I'm a resident in District 2. I'm here to speak in support of a civilian review board. It's embarrassing to me that I've lived, for as long as I've lived in this city, I feel like people have come to city council meetings and protested to get some type of oversight of our police department. And the city seems just completely unwilling to do anything in response to what those people are asking for. And the city has really low voter turnout, and I can't help but think that people seeing over and over that their efforts to make even the most obvious changes that have been recommended by the federal government, the Worcester Research Bureau, where we spend our own money to advise us on how to plan the city, to see the city manager just completely ignore those recommendations, I feel like must play a big part in why people don't think voting is worth it. And I also do think it's really insulting to the intelligence of the people of the city to have city officials telling us that the Worcester Police Department is just going to oversee themselves. I'm not aware of any other job or profession where people are allowed to just oversee themselves and that's accepted as a normal course of business. And I think it's a fundamental principle of our government that we are a government of the people. And if you're a city councilor who's willing to accept the city manager's logic that we can just let the police department oversee themselves instead of letting the people, your constituents, oversee them, then you don't deserve to be sitting in that seat and you should move. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Tia Christina Kufor, and I am a resident of 153 Green Street in the Canal District. I'm also here with one of our residents in the building. We're here because the parking situation surrounding Polar Park is forcing residents into current debt. We understand the value of Polar Park as well as what it has brought to Worcester, but while the neighborhood has transformed into a sports and entertainment district, no meaningful parking solution has been found for the people who actually live there. Most nearby parking is limited to 2 hours, as we're all aware, and there are very few legal overnight parking options. The consequences have been severe. One resident in my building has accumulated around 2,000 in parking tickets. Another had to come up with 1,400 in a single day because their car got booted and it would have been towed if otherwise provided. Other residents, including myself, had had our vehicles towed, and many of us continue to receive tickets simply because we have nowhere to park at night. This is not just an inconvenience, it is a financial hardship for the residents of Worcester, and I respectfully ask for the council to consider residential parking permits, designated parking solutions, and any additional long-term parking options that can be available. Worcester's growth should not come at the expense of the people who live here every day. Thank you.
Good evening. Maide Morales, City of Worcester resident. I'm here today to talk about the city manager's recommendation regarding a civilian review board. His recommendation goes against best practices, expert guidance, and the decades-long demands of Worcester residents, especially the Black and Brown community members who have repeatedly shared their experiences with police misconduct and called for meaningful accountability. By refusing to recommend a civilian review board, the city manager is choosing to ignore the evidence and shield a small minority of officers from meaningful accountability. In doing so, he also undermines the many Worcester police officers who serve this community with integrity and deserve the public's trust. The evidence is overwhelming, yet instead of embracing meaningful reform, the city manager suggests that body-worn cameras and a diversity officer are sufficient to address the systematic problems identified by both the DOJ and the Research Bureau, and I am here to tell you they are not sufficient. The Department of Justice found serious concerns, including excessive use of force, racial bias in policing, violations of constitutional right, and yes, rape, sexual assault, because when women say they were raped and sexually assaulted, I believe them. These findings point to one clear conclusion: Worcester needs independent oversight. Experts consistently agree that effective civilian oversight requires three essential elements: independence from police department, meaningful access to information and data, subpoena power to obtain testimony and evidence when necessary. I urge the City Council to reject the City Manager's recommendation and establish a truly independent civilian review board with full subpoena power. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Kelly, Worcester. I just agree with that we should have a committee. Unfortunately, we need to protect our good police officers. The cameras should be on at all times to protect them, to weed out the bad cops. We can't afford to have these bad cops. They make more bad cops. We need to keep the good ones. We need to protect our good cops. We cannot afford to have this keep on going. And if a person does not have a camera, if an officer does not have a camera on, that should be automatic termination because they're hiding something. I just walked by a guy that was getting arrested, and there was a whole bunch of police officers, and not one camcorder was on. There's no body cam on at all on any officer. Yeah, so how does that happen? So, honestly, to protect the police, if I was a police officer, I would want a camera on me at all times to protect me. My word against yours. Protect our police officers, please. Don't let this go. Would you want to be a police officer and not have a camera, and my word is against your word, and you're a bigger person than I am for some reason? You want to protect your officers. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah Bertrand, and I live in District 3 in Worcester. And I am also speaking regarding the importance of a civilian review board. The recommendation against a civilian review board, like folks have already said, goes against best practices, expert recommendations, and decades-long demands and testimonies from residents, particularly Black and brown residents, impacted by encounters with police. It also deeply hurts. For people who have already been inflicted with the pain by misconduct, by police misconduct, it amplifies the mistrust, and it deepens the trauma inflicted by harm upon harm. As a civics educator, I work with young people to practice speaking their truths to power, and hopefully to instill in them that their voice matters, and that they can promote positive change in their communities. Too often, however, the city seems to dash that hope and instead teach that you can speak your truth and it will be disregarded or ignored. So in this space, I want to amplify and reiterate the testimonies of the woman who shared experiences of sexual assault documented in the DOJ report. I want to center the youth who have been criminalized and harassed by the Worcester Police Department. I want to recall the testimonies of Black and brown people who have been subject to racial bias on behalf of the Worcester Police Department, the people who have been victims of excessive force by the Worcester Police Department, and people who have faced retribution for speaking out or asking for accountability. I envision a Worcester with a healthy democracy that centers the people most impacted by the issues at hand, a city government who listens to their constituents, and I ask that the City Council serve in the best interest of the community and push back against the recommendation against the Civilian Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Etel Hajia, District 5 resident, former District 5 councilor. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to direct these comments to you and to the city manager. I had an ounce of faith that at minimum, this administration and the leaders of this city would have picked up the phone and called the leaders of have called for police accountability, transparency, and constitutionality. That would have been a community process that would have invited the chief of police along to have a meaningful discussion on what police transparency, accountability, and constitutionality, and an obligation to the residents of the city to have proper mechanisms of independent oversight. Instead, we were given a process that was anything but that. Instead, we were told that we need to trust that body cams are equal to transparency, accountability, and constitutionality. We are told to wait. How long do we have to wait? How long does the city residents need to wait for this city to have proper mechanisms like a civilian review board, something that has been backed by data, by research, and by models that this city can implement? How long, Mr. Manager? How long, Mr. Mayor? When you all go out in the community, you shake hands, you cut ribbons, and you pander to black and brown communities, you need to look them in the eye, and you need to tell them why, as I predict and as I expect, most of the city councilors will vote to recommend the city manager's recommendation. You need to tell them why you think that the Post Commission, which is not an independent oversight body, and a substitute for local oversight, is enough. You need to tell them why the work that needed to happen in the years that the Black, brown, indigenous women, and other low-income communities have asked for transparency, constitutionality, and demanding your honesty, why you haven't done the meaningful work, and why do you have a police union that targets counselors and other residents for simply protecting our constituents.
Thank you.
We demand better. And I'm going to end with this. What you saw tonight is just the beginning of organizing. There will be twice as many more people here on August.
I'm not sure how to follow up that, but I will say, I'm Tom Brenner. I live in Worcester. I have to say that I absolutely support the idea of the Civilian Review Board. It seems like a no-brainer, and maybe there's not enough brains in the room, but it needs to be approved. I myself have not had problems with any police officers, but look at me. I'm a white male. What do I got to worry about? I would urge the council and the city manager to take this up and not rely on mandates from the shadow government of the Worcester, consisting of the police union, the Chamber of Commerce, and the developers. Thank you.
Hi, Matthew Mullaney, District 1, Monadnock Road. I came today to speak a little bit, or actually to listen more about it. I think it's an agenda item relating to traffic on Sagamore Road. I live on Monadnock, and I understand there's a proposal to put up, I think they're roadblocks on Park Avenue to prevent traffic from going up Sagamore and the abutting streets, maybe Pratt, possibly Wacona. And this is to mitigate apparently there are maybe as many as 6,000 cars now that travel from Salisbury Street down Sagamore to Park Ave, and possibly also including traffic from Park Ave going up. But as I understand the proposal, it would essentially close those roads to the residents, and I'm a resident, so I like the sound of that, but I'm concerned about, you know, the consequences. I live on a side of Monadnock that's very quiet, and I'm concerned about traffic coming down there to, if you will, defeat the intention to put up these roadblocks. So I'm going to listen and follow it and keep an eye on it. But that said, I know I've got just a short time. I did want to say something on behalf of the police. I, spent a career in the courts, and I worked very closely with the police for 32 years and 20 or maybe 28, 25 years here in the city of Worcester. And they do a standout job, fabulous. And I personally believe that the time is not right for any kind of a civilian review board. I did look at Cambridge and these other cities, Hartford. They don't have the subpoena power at the moment. The Post Commission exists, and that's an appropriate place where people, the public, can make complaints if they have, and the public has access to those records as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Teja Cerezo. I'm the CEO of Merrill Safe Haven. I am a resident in the city of Worcester. I am here to speak on item 8T, which is related to the installation of residential parking for the area of 5 May Street. Merrill Safe Haven recently entered a partnership with Kingston Management to bring the life back on that particular street, and I think most of us know the history of that building. It has now been renovated to provide 13 units in the city, and Merrill Safe Haven is looking to provide a resource to families in the community through that partnership. The opportunity for folks to be able to park, to not be towed, to not be ticketed, where there is only 15-minute parking outside of the building, and the usual hustle and bustle of that particular street would add quality of life to the area and allow residents to peacefully rest in their homes without worry about having a ticket or being booted or other things that will create financial strains on them. As apartments become occupied, we want to make sure that they are able to rely on on-street parking, and parking permits will allow them to do so without also clogging up the streets and creating other challenging situations for maybe the fire department or the police as needed to gain access to the area. So I'm asking you to consider parking permits for the residents that will soon reside at 5 May Street. Thank you.
Randy Feldman, City of Worcester. I am the Vice Chair and the Acting Chair of the Human Rights Commission. We took a vote for an independent review board of police activity. Is this on? Is that okay? Can it be here? Okay. This is not about whether you're pro-police or anti-police. This is not about whether the police department is a good police department or a bad police department. This is not about the post-2023 new police department where the CNA Equity Audit Report and the Department of Justice report and the assent and now the leadership of our new police chief, Paul Saucier, are doing a good job. He is. It is different, but it's not about that either. What this is about is you, the government, and us, the governed. When one department, and only one department, has the ability to surveil you, to follow you, to arrest you, to use violence against you, to detain you, and to kill you legally, that department is not the same as the rest of the government. It is not the same as the rest of the city government. So the hierarchical organization of the government, where there are workers, there are supervisors, there are chiefs and department heads, and they all report to the city manager. And if we had a strong mayor government, it would be to the mayor. It doesn't matter the structure. All those people do their reporting to someone above them, who they are in some way or another beholden to.
Thank you.
This is different. When you have that kind of authority and power, you need that kind of accountability that matches the power. You need independent
Thank you.
ensuring that those people
Okay.
are not abusing
Thank you. Appreciate it.
the polity.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deb Powers. I'm a resident of Worcester for 48 years. I was not going to speak tonight. I intended to just be here to support. But I've sat here and listened, especially in the last half hour. to people talking about incidents that happened to them 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago. And I can tell, I know, I would be sitting here thinking to myself, but that was 20 years ago. That was 30 years ago. Except in 2021, in 2001, I sat on front porches and backyards all around Worcester and met with the police chief and residents and an aide, and they told these same stories. Every single one of them. Terrifying stories. I heard the same stories in 2014 on City Hall Common. I heard them again in 2019 and again in 2024, and I'm hearing them again from my friends today. I recognize that there is a lot of change. I recognize that steps have been taken. I also know that many of the officers who committed those crimes against my friends and the people who have talked to me are still on the force. And they're still doing it. Do you think they stopped doing it? They're doing it to your kids. They're doing it to your students. And it's up to you to open your eyes, open your ears, and take it into your heart to listen and realize that people don't make this stuff up. They're not here to attack you. They're here asking you to listen and to act and to provide accountability that protects them and the police. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Council President, members of the City Council, my City Manager Batista, members of the administration, and members of the public. My name is Jeffrey Killebrew, President of Fam Jam Event Group. And first, I'd like to thank Councilor King for sponsoring item number 13H, and everyone who has helped move this conversation forward over the past several years regarding the Worcester Renaissance Project by Fam Jam. Tonight isn't simply about busking or street vending, it's about creating opportunity. Talent isn't what a Worcester's shortage is, opportunity is. Jam spots are a citywide system of pathways where talent meets opportunity through education, entrepreneurship, workforce development, and the arts. As funding for youth employment continues to become more challenging, we have an opportunity to help young people create work for themselves legally, safely, and with support. Whether they are musicians, artists, dancers, spoken word performers, or young entrepreneurs, they'll gain experience in communication, customer service, financial literacy, marketing, responsibility, and confidence. These aren't just performances or sales, they're life skills. Over the past 2 years, we've worked with Worcester Public Schools, the school committee, and the administration to develop a memorandum of understanding that would have helped connect interested students with work permits, performing arts opportunities, entrepreneurship, outreach, and mentorship. That agreement was drafted, and I signed it. Unfortunately, it was never executed on behalf of the superintendent, and I was never provided an explanation why. So my hope tonight is not to revisit the past, but to move forward. I appreciate that this item makes the city manager, I appreciate that this item, and I ask that the city manager work with the superintendent to explore this partnership once again. I truly believe that together, the City of Worcester, Worcester Public Schools, and the community organizations, we can create meaningful pathways that prepare our young people not just to find jobs, but to create them. Every professional was once a beginner, and our young people that don't just need jobs, they need a place to try. As often I've said, prepare your gift to share. Tonight, I'm asking us to work together. And before I close, I'd like to say this one final thing.
Thank you.
While I stand here tonight advocating for Worcester's youth, I didn't come here just to ask for something. I also stand in solidarity with the many residents who came tonight because they care deeply about the city. I respectfully hope that the city manager will also reconsider his recommendation regarding the Civilian Review Board.
Appreciate it.
I'm incredibly nervous. I don't ever do this. Good evening. My name is Lynn Key. I am a current resident of Millville. I work here in the city of Worcester trying to start a nonprofit, and I am concerned. I'm speaking on the Civilian Review Board tonight. What I'm about to say is going to sound a bit different, because whether you believe it or not, your own interests are at stake tonight. I invite you to read The Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell. The events of the last several years and how they were handled have exposed what matters to you. And apparently, it isn't the well-being of the city of Worcester. Most of us don't want to believe that, myself included. But those are the optics based on your own actions. I say this as a relative outsider with a family full of public servants, one who's been to many, many meetings over the last 3 years watching this all unfold and scratching my head. You may be representing the interests of your current voters, the police unions, and everyone else mentioned here tonight. They know better than me. But these are the few, and they represent Worcester's old power structure, the old guard, if you will. The rest of voters have been largely disengaged, and understandably. According to Gladwell, history, and my own experience, that won't always be the case. Things are changing, this nation is changing, and the people are fed up. They may not be able to reach their federal or even their state governments, but they can certainly reach you all here and change things with their vote. I say this as a word of genuine caution. The people of this city want codified, measurable, and enforceable change, independent oversight, and right now, they view the CRB as the only available option. Short of appointing an IG, I agree with them. I say this because voting against it may well be the vote that ends your political career. Not tonight, obviously, but come next election, the people will remember. The tipping
Thank
point
you.
that pushes disengaged voters to become engaged is
Thank
fast
you.
approaching, and it becomes more and more imminent as time goes on. More and more likely with
Thank
each
you. Appreciate it.
rejection of truth, transparency,
you.
and accountability. When the many show up at
Thank
the
you.
polls, they will outweigh the few.
Thank you.
Your current voters will be irrelevant, police union support or not. I urge you, I implore you to consider carefully what your legacy will be tonight. I know many of you are good people.
Thank
I
you.
know most of you do have the city of Worcester at the top of your list of priorities.
Thank you. I appreciate
but
it.
I'm
We have
telling
other
you,
people.
the optics are bad. Do something, please.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're going to go to the online callers. The first calling user I can identify is caller with the first
Do the call, and then we'll do you next.
first name is No. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your full name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on.
Hi, my name is Noah, currently in Northampton. Through Mr. Mayor Chairman to Eric, in December of 2022, you told Spectrum News, I have a vision of what I want for the city, but then it would become only Eric's vision. It's not the city of Worcester's vision and the residents of this community's vision. So I want to take time to listen to the residents, to hear from them in terms of what the issues that they're facing are. That will then start to develop the vision. In June 2023, you also told Spectrum News that you were excited to continue listening to residents about their biggest needs. Then, in a TNG article that you wrote in August 2023, you drew on your experiences of attending listening sessions and how invaluable they were. You said, quote, I look forward to sustaining community engagement and matching that energy so that we can turn challenges we face as a city into hope and opportunity through innovative, people-centered solutions. So I ask you this. Do you truly believe your energy matches the idea that Worcester is the community city? I ask because you have publicly oriented yourself in a way that suggests you believe this city is the Worcester Police Department city. You have a long history of doing positive community youth work, Eric. If the people in this room don't convince you that you can make change happen right now, I hope that you can convince yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Is your name, city residence, item number?
Hello, I'm Tonka Johari from Worcester, Massachusetts. Hello, Timmy. Let's go across the street. Boom, boom, boom. Is that a
I
loose
can't hear
tire?
him. What
Oh my
item,
God, there's
what
a
item,
pothole. There's a pothole.
what item number you on? I'm
A
sorry.
7G.
7G? Okay.
The street repaving. There's a pothole. Oh my God, I need a loose tire. Timmy! Ah!
My name is actually not Tonka Jahari. I'm Wilson Lamb. Today I'm going to speak about potholes. So far, the DPW actually, I do have to commend you guys. Last time I spoke about potholes, about a week or two later, they were fixed, as shown by this picture. They were actually fixed. Woo! After 20 years of my legs being on the street. But the importance of potholes, they could be dangerous. As I just shown you, a mother walking their kid across the street could be hit by a tire or some sort of object that could dismember them. And to commend and protest DPW on the potholes, I will now do a cappella. Today is gonna be the day that we're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you gotta realize somehow what it's gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. I forgot the lyrics. I think I'm done. Oh wait, and this picture. Pothole fixed after 24 years. Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you. God bless.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to go to the calling users again online. The next speaker is Nellie Medina. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please say your name and city of residence.
Yep, Nellie Medina, District 5. I want to speak on 10-5A. The Department of Justice report shows that the police department does not properly track or analyze enforcement data to identify or address potentially discriminatory practices. This makes it harder to protect youth, especially Black and brown youth, from unfair treatment and over-policing. Officers have been found to unreasonably use tasers, police dogs, and head strikes against teenage children and others experiencing mental health emergencies. These incidents often happen when only minor or no crimes are involved, and youth in crisis or with mental health needs are at higher risk of unnecessary aggression and harm. I speak as a co-founder of the Free Worcester Coalition, and for every mother of children with special needs or intellectual disabilities who might panic during an unnecessary police encounter, I believe there should be better training, oversight, and accountability for officers. Sadly, our city manager has taken a position contrary to the Department of Justice findings to cash big checks and not protect residents from the same community where he grew up. Shame. The findings raise serious concerns about discriminatory policing. So what protections do our youth and vulnerable people have, especially since these issues have not been addressed? And sometimes when we call the police, they don't show up. If the city has nothing to hide, wants to improve street safety, protect our officers and civilians, if the city councils truly work for their constituents, then I expect them to support a civilian review board with subpoena power. Constituents are doing our counselors' jobs and risking retaliation for demanding what a detailed report from the Department of Justice and the Worcester Research Bureau says we need. The idea that any counselor may vote against accountability is frightening. I yield my time. Thank you.
Next speaker is phone number with the last three digits is 1238. Let me try to mute the resident now on the phone. Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Sean Manson, Worcester, District 1. I'm
Go ahead.
calling in regards to topic 12A. I have already sent emails to multiple council members, including Mayor Petty's office, the manager's office, and the Worcester PD. At this time, I feel it is unnecessary to meet with St. Joan of Arc Church because they have acknowledged the fact that the hall in which they hold events with excessive noise is not able to be soundproofed. They have their own security at these events, and with that said, there's no reason to meet with them when they already know they're at fault and becoming a nuisance to all the neighbors that live behind them. Inspection of Services, along with Officer Harrington, did an inspection of the property, and they acknowledged that the sound that emanates from the inside can be clearly heard on the outside. So there's no need to meet with them, and the city just needs to step up, tell them what they have to do, and basically keep the building closed until everything is brought up to proper soundproofing, coding, and from what I understand, there's like safety issues with that building. So I appreciate it being on the agenda, but that is my feeling, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is the last four digits, 7111. Try to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, my name is Benjamin. You can hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Benjamin. I'm a resident of District 2, and I'm here to talk about 10-5, the Civilian Review Board. I think a lot of the people that already spoke covered most of what we needed to, but I just wanted to tell everybody a story, which is that a few weeks ago, my counselor, Robert Bellata, and I met up with you, Mayor, and a few other members of the city to walk around the neighborhood near Waverly Street on Vernon Hill. And there was a point where Robert and I split off and with Eric, going in a different direction, I think, with the mayor and a few police. And Robert and I tried to engage with some citizens of the neighborhood, and they were hesitant, but they did respond to us. But when we met back up with Eric, he told me that nobody wanted to speak to him because they were all afraid of the police. And he puffed up his chest and he smiled as if he accomplished something. Eric Batista does not care about the people of Worcester. He cares about the police. They are his friends. He does not want to create public trust. He wants to support the police union. He does not want to help the city increase its civilian oversight. He wants to diminish it. And I think it's really sad. And that's all I have to say. I hope you guys have a good rest of your meeting.
Mr. Mayor, the last call-in user is David Webb. Try to meet the resident now. Please state your name, city of residence, and the item you're calling on. David, can you hear us? David, can you hear us?
David Webb, currently residing at 5
Can you please state your name and city of residence?
Today to say, of course, the Worcester City Manager is against police accountability. It's consistent with the rest of his Christian conservative values, but also simply the economic decision. Accountability for the racists, rapists, and liars of the Worcester Police Department quickly looks like the city paying even more money. And he already has to account for the way they responded to the Black Lives Matter rally 6 years ago, the way they respond to mental health issues, and knows that's just the tip of the iceberg. I know they're still throwing lawful protesters to the ground and lying in police reports about First Amendment protected behavior. But at least the taxpayer-funded rapists have been fired, right? Right? Oh, yikes. It's obvious the public wants and needs police accountability, but just as apparent that the administration cannot afford it. The law department employees covering up for bad cops should be ashamed of themselves, as should all public employees who only protect and serve themselves. Thanks for nothing. Do your job.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that brings... Okay, that brings us back to the agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
We're going to start with petitions, just to finish them.
Yeah, can we suspend the rules just to go to 10.5A quickly?
Okay, you want to do that? Okay, so motions go to 10.5A. You don't have to suspend the rules, I can do that, but go ahead. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to speak briefly on this matter, and something that we've been discussing for quite some time. I just wanted to speak to this at this point so that folks can go about their way. I'm going to hold under personal privilege this premature recommendation that's intended to undermine city council debate, public discourse, and civic participation. Mr. Chairman, I'm holding this item under personal privilege for further review, deliberation, and consideration, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's held under personal privilege. So we'll go back to the agenda. Next item up is, we're doing petitions, 7A to 7E, refer to the Department of Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 7F, refer to the Planning Board. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 7G to 7P, refer to the Public Works Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 7Q to 7Z, refer to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Petitions 8A to 8Z, refer to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9A to 9L, refer to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9M, refer to the City Manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 9N to 9R, set their hearing date for August 18th for condo locations on Southbridge Street, Foreign Street, Grafton Street, Grove Street, and also on West Boylston Street for a jointly owned poll location. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on the 10.2, which has been held under privilege. We're going to 10.3.
Which one was that, Mr. Chairman?
10.2, A, B, and C has been held under privilege. Council Bellato's held those under privilege. What's that? And 12R2 has been held under privilege.
12R?
Yeah, that's his order. So, okay, so we are on to 10.3A. Advertise the proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Bellata? Yes. Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
5AB.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommended adoption of the zoning map amendment relative to 128 Providence Street.
Those two.
Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, I think both, that is going to Planning Board, 10.4A.
I'm sorry, you're right, I missed that. Refer to the Planning Board, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. B, refer to the Economic Development Committee, that's the resolution of the tax and recommend finance zone for Green Tech Park, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on 10.5A, refer to the Public Safety Committee. No, we're going to held under privilege. We are at 10.7A, send it to Public Works. That's the clean program. We're on B, I'm sorry, A, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. B, transferring information communication relative to the utility restoration warranty periods, send it to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transferring information communication relative to June 2026 bulk waste facility pilot. Interesting. Send that to Public Works. Okay, we are on Transportation and Mobility. Recommend the adoption of the ordinance for establishing a commercial loading zone in the 2-hour immediate parking on the portion of Main Street. Refer that to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Transmitting information communication relative to the construction progress report for the month ending June 30th, 2026. Send to the Public Works.
Mr. Chairman,
Council Bellata?
I have a question.
Sure.
Through the chair to the manager, I just have a question about the construction going on for the accessible parking spots on Franklin Street. I was just looking for an update.
On what street was that? I'm sorry.
The accessible parking spots on Franklin Street right
Franklin Street, okay. Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the counselor. So those spaces, you may notice if you're out there today, they've been marked out now by the contractor, so construction is imminent on those.
Great, thank you so much.
Okay, so send that to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. (10.26A) is adoption on the roll call. This is a transfer of funding for the MSBA stabilization fund, the new high school fund, and the closure of the MSBA stabilization fund. Roll call.
What item, Mr. Chairman? I lost my space.
Okay, we are on 10.26A.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Councilor Ojeda has recused himself.
Yeah.
Okay. Just renaming the fund, so we'll send that
I'll leave
to,
it. We're voting on it? Yeah, I'll get the big salary.
Is this A and B?
I'm just doing A right now.
Okay.
All those in favor? I'm sorry, adopt on the roll call? Roll call.
Council Bregman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda recused himself. Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Recommend approval, this is B, recommend the approval of the expansion for the purposes of the new high school fund to include Burncoat High and middle schools project. Motion is adopted on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bregman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda recused himself. Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, hang on for 1 second. What number was that? What? 10.11A? We did send it. We did send it. Okay. Okay. Next is C, transferring information communication relative to the extension of the time period for the repayment of the private street conversions. We're going to send that to Public Works. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. D, transferring information communication relative to the financial update for the period ending May 31st, 2026. Send that municipal operations. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're on finance items, which is 10.31, I'm sorry, 10.34A, 10.35A through J, 10.36A through F, 10.37A through I. Motions adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bregman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are on chairman's orders, 11A to 11J. Motions to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on orders. First one is, I request the manager organize a neighborhood meeting between the leadership of St. John Ark Church, entertainment event function organizers at the church, the police chief, the commissioner of inspectional services, representation from the manager's office, and members of the license commission to resolve the outstanding issues associated with chronic neighborhood noise and loud music coming from the function facility parking lot of the church. Said neighborhood meeting should be conducted prior to the additional functions or events that occur at the church. Councilor Economou.
St. John of Arc. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just two other items that I had that may relate to this, and I just can't find them right now for some. I got everything highlighted here, and anyways, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, and as we've all read in our emails, the issues that are being had down in that neighborhood. And it's not so much even that the neighbors are against them enjoying whatever they need to enjoy in their halls. It's just the lack of respect that has come from the church as it's in regards to noise, bass levels, and just the lack of respect for the neighborhood going into all hours of the morning. And it's just not right. My feeling, as you heard the gentleman speak just a short while ago, is to convene a meeting with the church, with the appropriate parties, to see if we can get anywhere, any action in a friendly way. Because if not, I'm all in favor for doing what we have to do to preserve the peace in that neighborhood. Because right now, it's disrespectful. And what's more disrespectful and disrespectful to myself is sitting with members of that church and being given lip service to have this not go as I was told it would go. That's disrespect, not just to me, but that entire neighborhood, and they've had to deal with it multiple times. And I think enough's enough. It's time for us to, if they're not willing to sit down with us and have a conversation to make changes, then it's time for us to take action to preserve that neighborhood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to the manager. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of questions before we move this forward. I have been able to engage with some of the stakeholders on both sides of the issue that are less engaged with the city. And just wanted, if just for public's edification, as some of my colleagues say, if you could just, the city manager can just share some of the efforts that have occurred with respect to responding to this, the multiple departments that have been engaged as well, through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, yeah, we're definitely aware of this issue. Most recently, there was a public meeting process that the Inspectional Services Department, the Joan of Arc was actually brought forward because of the enforcement by Inspectional Services. They actually notified them and actually told them that they had to, in some ways, vacate from continuing doing those events. There was signage posted on the location prohibiting them from doing so. Upon, I don't remember the time frame, there was a period of time frame that went right by that actually was, the issues were mitigated. The actual church then removed the sign, and then the noise continued again. And so we are, the Inspectional Services Commissioner went back to discuss with the church to try to provide a long-term solution. At this point in time, if that behavior continues, then we would take further action related to those activities in that building.
Through the chair, could you give some specifics on the mitigation success that you referenced?
Yeah, so what we asked them to do is we basically asked them to prohibit that the use of that space for a period of time if they were not going to be able to lower their actual sound, the actual sound. We put a signage and notice on the door. That notice came down, I want to say probably a couple of weeks ago, and then that's when we started to hear the noise again. And so that's when the Inspectional Services re-engaged with the church to try to bring a long-term solution to the issue. And if one of the long-term solutions, we don't want to get to that place, but it will have to take, us having them do a cease and desist on the actual utilization of that property or renting it out for that purpose.
Could you give some more specifics on the mitigation? So it's my understanding that some of those efforts were taken, the signage was posted, and you referenced that there were additional events after the fact. What are they in violation of since the mitigation? Where is that documented? What is the ordinance or the code that they violated post that mitigation? Chair.
What I have, I don't have all the details with me now, but the Commissioner of Inspectional Services can can prepare information that we can bring to the council that outlines all the notices that we've received, complaints that we've received related to noise in the area. And so when those noises or those complaints come forward, that's when the city tries to take some action. And we have tried to engage the church in terms of trying to mitigate the actual issue to provide a path forward in which allows the church to still rent the facility and the users to continue to use it, but also keep the levels down for the sake of the neighborhood.
Thank you. To the chair, is there a representative on the line from that department that's making those efforts, to the chair?
No.
No. Okay. The other question I have, Mr. Chairman, is there was a reference that there's lip service occurring from church folks. And I just want to understand, through the chair, if you could sort of characterize what that back and forth engagement has been from the city perspective with the church and the folks making decisions over there, and also with regards to day permits or permits for event permits. Has there been a pause on those, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to council, there was multiple times where the father has come and spoken to inspectional services. We did have the actual premises shut down from conducting those services there because of the loud noises. And on July 10th is when the actual notices came down, because the church, in conversation with the city, relayed that they would be able to control that the organization utilizing the space and try to control the actual noise levels. When we heard that the noise levels have continued or came back, the commissioner then re-engaged, and right now we're in that re-engagement with the church, and I don't have the results in front of me in terms of what that re-engagement has happened since the notices came down and the activity began once again. And that happens after July 10th.
Thank you. And as an at-large council, I'm not a district councilor. I'm not as closely engaged, but I do want to understand sort of the city responsiveness from some of the emails and some of the communication and the folks I have spoken to. You know, there's a perception of a lack of responsiveness on the city side for oversight of the what's been described as excessive noise. And I just want to kind of get, as the manager, your perspective on the quality and consistency of responsiveness to this matter, through the chair.
Through the chair, to the council, we're doing everything we can based on our jurisdiction to try to not only work with the church, but also adhere to some of the residents' concerns related to the noise. Whether it's police trying to ask them to lower the sound, there has been time where police have engaged, asked them to lower the sound, they leave. An hour or so later, the sound is back up again, so it causes, again, a repetitive process. And that's when the Inspectional Services Office has re-engaged in terms of trying to mitigate this sound as best as possible by providing more enforcement, a mechanism of enforcement, and that's when we then temporarily shut down the actual utilization of that space because of the constant violation of the sound ordinance. Then that's when the church re-engaged the Inspectional Services Department, and through that re-engagement, we were then released. We removed the notices in July 10th, and then the noises came back again. And then now we have re-engaged with the church, but I don't have the outcomes right now of the most recent re-engagement.
Thank you. And through the chair, was there any real-time shutdowns in the midst of events based on neighborhood concerns or city responses where they felt that the situation was untenable? And secondly, was there any fines associated with that, through the chair?
To the chair, to the council, I don't have those details in front of me, so that's where we would have to provide a report on a timeline of the incidences, what our actions has been, and what our steps were to mitigate the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to file a motion that we get said timeline outlining in response to the questions that I put forward. I think it's important that we have some qualitative data as it relates to this. And, you know, some of what I've read and some of what I heard, that there were concerns, once again, about responsiveness on the city side. I've also heard and have spoken to folks on the church side as well, who had a number of questions. So if we could also just get a report, for this is something that's been going on for quite some time. And I think that documentation and verification will go a long way. And I would like to specifically also be clear with folks who are getting reached out to and whose interventions are sought, what exactly the rules of engagement are as it relates to ordinances, as it relates to how we're measuring noise levels, are we measuring noise levels, and also make sure that we are consistent across the board in these sorts of matters, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mitra. Councilor Mitra, what reason do you arise?
Yes, just for some clarification, Mr. Chair, through you to City Manager. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilor Economo for putting this order, and I'd like to sign on this because sometime, I believe in March or April, I had put a similar order requesting to give us the ordinance of noise ordinance to find out that, you know, this complaint has come to us for several times, and I think it's time for us to take some really stern action to really take care of this issue. But I think the reason I want to know that I had requested a report on the noise ordinance, I don't think I've received any response to that, but I'm on this with Councilor Economo requesting you to really take care of this issue and close this chapter for us because we have been receiving this complaint over and over and over. It looks like that we are not responding to them, so I request you to take care of it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
I have
you.
to sign on this.
Councilor Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could take up 13B and 13C collectively along with this, as they all relate, and we might as well just have the entire conversation right now as it stands before us. I'm not here to say, Mr. Chairman, that it's all one-sided one way or the other. But I do believe that the residents do have the right to peaceful enjoyment of their property, especially when it's after 11 o'clock at night or midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's unreasonable for any organization to impede their or submit their will to the neighborhood. And that's where the problem lies. And constantly being told one thing, constantly being told another thing. Police are called, told that police show up, police don't show up. They don't do anything, they don't do anything here, they do something here. So there needs to be consistency throughout the entire process. In addition to that, we need to look at how our noise ordinance reads, how people are able to access our noise ordinance and file complaints. Just doing some research in Boston and Cambridge, they both have different styles, but in, I believe it's in Boston, you can go to their noise ordinance site, and it's specific. Is it construction noise? Is it festival noise? Is it, there was one other category as well, where people can log their complaints. Because if it's not going to get logged when a 911 call gets in, it needs to get logged so we can take the appropriate action that needs to be taken. And I just want to thank the city clerk, too, for some guidance on this as well. But these are the things that need to be addressed. And if we need to tighten up our noise ordinance, let's tighten it up. Because I can tell you this right now, and I'll speak from my behalf with my church. We have our festival, 11 o'clock, shut down, done. Music's off. By midnight, everybody's ushered out. Ushered out. Told to leave. You got to go. People, police officers, the security, you got to go. So if we can do it in some churches, we need to bring this across the board, the entire city. And that's all I'm looking for, Mr. Chairman. These people deserve, there's people who are ill, who are struggling to get a good night's sleep. There's families with kids trying to get a good night's sleep. And that's all we're asking for. There can be harmony, but both parties need to come to the table to have this discussion to make it work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Bala?
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo what Councilor Econom was saying. I have constituents in my district as well over on Waverly Street that have repeatedly just voiced concerns about just very loud noise late into the evening. You know, I just think it's about, you know, trying to bring neighborhoods together and making sure everyone is, you know, being good, courteous neighbors. So that I think that's what this really is about. And just, I think, making sure that people, when there are gatherings and things like that happening, that we're doing the same thing across the board. So just appreciate Councilor Econom bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take 12A and 13A, we'll send that to the manager, and 13B we'll send to public safety. Oh, Councilor Toomey?
Sure. I just wanted to say that I believe that we've worked very hard to try to come up with solutions here. This has been a long-standing issue they've gone through several pastors, they've gone through several district councilors, and we need to get this tucked away. And I think it's very important. Perhaps not all the councilors have gone to these meetings or gotten the emails or whatever, but I know that it's been talked about for a long time, and we really need to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so 12A to 12. Councilor King?
When we vote on this, are we voting that this go to public safety? I'm
That's
not clear that this is
That's
this is 13B. I'm not
13B.
clear that that's a public safety
13B.
issue. Yeah, 13B. That's the noise ordinance. I'm not sure how that's
Yeah,
police
that's
related.
part of
I know
inspectional
that I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's part of inspectional services, which goes to public safety.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, 12A to 13A sent to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 13B, referred to the committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We're back on.
C as well to
City manager.
public safety. Oh, the manager, yeah, maybe the manager's a better.
The manager, okay, report from the manager.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Councilor King.
Thank you. I would like to support 13C as well. However, I do have a couple of questions to the chair, to the administration.
Okay, let me just read it real quick. Request of
This particular item calls for the process in place currently to report excessive and unreasonable noise in neighborhoods. Through the chair to the administration, is there any place in those processes that's currently occurring that takes into consideration our pocket parks and the like? And I ask that because we've invested a whole lot in our parks across the city. And some of those parks are deeply embedded in neighborhoods, Mr. Chairman. We have places like Elm Park that are somewhat embedded. We have a park near my house, which is less than a stone's throw. We have Crompton Park embedded in the neighborhood. You know, we have the parks over there behind Foley Stadium, et cetera. And I just want to understand, you know, when we have concerns, how we're contextualizing it through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, my understanding of the noise ordinance is it's not just applicable to one entity in its own. It's a combination of many different noises all across the city in many different sectors. And so we would have to evaluate those, including our parks, including the utilization of the parks, whether it's businesses. I know that the noise ordinance also has a decibel for even vehicles, noise on vehicles or motorcycles, et cetera. So we would have to look comprehensively at the actual noise ordinance and see where are the areas that we can make adjustments, modifications, amendments, et cetera, that we would bring back to the council. There's also mechanisms and processes in terms of the enforcement. The other end of the noise ordinance is the enforcement. And those are the areas that currently the Inspectional Services Department has spent some time reviewing and trying to enhance that process and engage in engagement and collaboration between the police department and inspectional services as well. And so that's something that we would have to look at comprehensively when we come back to the council as part of this these orders.
And through the chair to the administration, inspectional services, per the ordinance, are they the entity that the ordinance identifies for enforcement through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, they are, I can't 100% answer whether it's only solely them. I know it's a combination of different departments that are involved in that process, but I can't detail right now whether the ordinance states specifically just Inspectional Services Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we had this, through the chair to the administration, have this particular ordinance come before the council? Have you brought it in as a report or anything yet, or is that has happened?
Through the chair
I
to the
don't
council,
recall.
under my administration, we have not. I am aware this has been a conversation related to the noise ordinance that has gone on for probably even 2 administrations before me, has been talked about. And I know there was a particular time there was a big conversation happening on this floor related to Shrewsbury Street and some of the impacts on Shrewsbury Street related to the ordinance. But under my administration, we have not brought this ordinance or a report related to the ordinance as of yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to just state for the record that the term here, unreasonable noise, is subject to interpretation. And it gives me a little bit of pause. I'm going to support this item. I initially stood not sure if I was going to support. I'm going to support it. But I certainly want to make sure, as an at-large counselor, that we are also taking a look at the neighborhoods and both sides of the equation. We've had some concerns over at Beaverbrook area with regards to softball and all those folks. I've had folks reach out to me on the softball side and other parks. And so I want to make sure that governmental overreach is not part of this, and that we are responding to neighbors, that we're tracking how we respond to these complaints. And with regards to the matter in the church, would also like to see, again, a delineation and a timeline of concerns and responses that are tracked. So through the chair to the administration, if the 311 or if the police are being asked to respond, how is that being tracked? Because we have reports, as the district council says, sometimes there's a response, sometimes there's not. How is that tracked?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, our systems track that. Anytime an officer is asked to be, it's deployed to a particular incident, there's an incident number, there's actually tracked in our CAD system, and any 311 log is also tracked in that. So we can do a data dump of all those areas that we've received any noise complaints, whether it's to this particular site or even across the city, and be able to pull out where we've had. So all of that is tracked in our data, in our infrastructure that we currently have.
So it's twofold, 311 and if an officer is asked to respond. Those
Correct,
are the 2 instances. And if there's a contact to the 8606 number and there's not a response, that's not 311, how is that tracked?
Oftentimes, the department themselves are tracking any engagement with residents. Anytime they're being asked or deployed to attend somewhere or go somewhere, or an inspector, et cetera, they have to document those things. So that's part of the reporting that we would bring back to the council on the timeline in our data that supports that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilor Fazzola?
Mr. Chairman, through you, one quick question. Mr. Manager, is there a line that, a telephone line you can call 799-8606 to get a hold of somebody and report something to the police department that's
Through the chair,
non-emergency?
through the chair to the council, that is a non-emergency line that any resident can call the police department for non-emergencies to get access to a police officer or issues related to, for example, like noise ordinance or things like that. It's a general line that the dispatchers in the police department answer at any hour.
Okay, so that is one route to tell constituents that they can go in case of.
For non-emergency
noise.
calls.
No.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And those for the outside of like 311 requests, they're more public safety related.
You send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on 12B. Request the manager, request the police chief provide increased overnight enforcement of illicit activities, including public indecency occurring at Beaverbrook Parkway. Council Rivera.
As it reads,
Send that to the manager. Council King.
12B.
12B.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like a report back regarding public indecency. I'm not aware of the situation. I'm going to vote in the affirmative, but it's tough to read something like that and not know the details, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure the district councilor has the information, but it was not shared tonight. So my initial reaction is one of pause, but I'm going to support it, but I would like a report outlining those concerns regarding public indecency and illicit activities. Thank you.
Send that to the administration as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager, request police chief provide increased speed enforcement on June Street from May Street to Mill Street. Council Rivera.
As it reads,
Send to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12D, request the city manager, request Public Works review the sidewalk in front of 618 Pleasant Street for the purpose of completing any necessary emergency repairs required at that location. Council Rivera.
as it reads,
Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. E, request the city manager, request the Commission on Emergency Communications and Management research best practices associated with providing residents with a 911 follow-up survey post-incident feedback questionnaire for the purposes of implementing such a program. Council King.
I think this gentleman wants to speak. Motion to suspend the rules, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, again, I'm Charles Hopkins. I live here in Worcester. I'm also a first responder. I was lucky enough to be in Colorado about a month ago. Someone was having a medical emergency in a park. I was driving down the street and I noticed someone fallen in an awkward position, and I turned around and responded and found out that they recognized they were having an overdose. And in the process of treating that person, I called 911. And to my amazement, the next day, the city of Boulder sent me a survey asking me about the 911 operator, asking me about the first responders response, how the whole process, there's such tight-knit coordination with the community around 911 and getting feedback. I thought to myself, Worcester could really use something like this. So they asked my name, my age, there were ethnicity questions. The loop that they have in place to make sure that the city is doing the right thing for its constituencies blew me away. We don't have that here. Even the questions you were asking a moment ago about the logging of calls, the calls coming in are logged, but there's no way for someone to really provide some feedback to those calls. And I mentioned earlier, Sandra Burns passed away 3 years ago. And in December, a few days before Christmas, a police officer responded, made the assumption that she had gone away for the holidays, did not gain entry, even though it was public housing and there was easily a key available for access to that home. His logic, from what I understand, was that forcing entry would have left that person's valuables vulnerable to theft and vandalism.
Okay.
a neighbor, eventually, the family tried calling to get a response, called many times to get feedback on the wellness check call that went in, was unable to get that because our city policies, the police department will not provide any information on wellness checks. That's a huge concern for me as an elder who lives alone, and my children live out of state. It's a huge concern for me that if they call the wellness check in. So my having something in place at least to give some feedback around calls would be incredibly valuable to the citizens of this city. And it's a shame that we don't have something like that in place.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is simply an act to improve public health and public safety here in the city in a way that serves both the public servant and the public at large, Mr. Chairman. So I like a roll call on this. Thank you.
Councilor Rivera?
I agree. I want to sign on to it.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Councilor Bellotta?
Yes.
Councilor Economou? Councilor Rizzolo?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mitra? Yes. Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Rosa?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, that the City Council, of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 18, does hereby vote to rescind the posted 35 and 30 mile per hour speed regulations for Hope Ave and return the public way to statutory speed limit under Massachusetts General Law 90, Section 17C. Councilor Rivera?
Yeah, this one's a little more, it's unfortunate that we are being reactive on certain situations where a person passed away a couple months ago on Hope Ave. So we're just trying to, we understand enforcement's kind of been hard, so I'm hoping that we can get this taken care of, just,
You wanted to go to 25 miles an hour?
yeah. And that section of Hope Ave, I mean,
Okay.
it's, we gotta slow the traffic down in that area, really bad.
No, okay. Okay, so vote of the City Council to change the speed to 25 miles an hour. Councilor King?
Just a point of clarification. Just clarify through the administration, the 35 and 30 mile per hour special speed regulation for Hope Ave. If you could just explain that to me, given the 25 mile per hour citywide and what your understanding of is why that's currently in place. In addition to that, the speed factor and the tragic event that occurred through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through Chair to the Council, there are certain roads in the city that are, even though we statutorily voted to reduce the speed limit to 25 mile an hour, there are roads in the city that are still under 30 mile or 35, depending on the state statutory regulations. We have the ability as administration to recommend, or the council has the ability to petition the rescinding of those, which would then be converted to a 25 mile zone to adhere to the statutory that we voted, that you all voted collectively as a body. But we would have to be specific. So we wouldn't be able to do a general rescind of 30 and 35 across the board in terms of the entire city. And so the areas that have specific 30 to 35 mile an hour zones, we have to specifically rescind those, so then they will convert to our current statutory 25 mile an hour zones that the council voted.
And through the chair, if you could speak to the speed factor and the tragic event that occurred.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, this is an area that it's highly traveled. One of the biggest challenges is you come right off the ramp, off the highway ramp into Hope Ave. There's big stretches of space in that. It also converts into 2 lanes, and that creates a lot of ability for people to go pretty fast in that area. And so right now it's an area that the Department of Transportation and Mobility is reviewing in terms of what enhancements we can do, whether short-term or long-term, to kind of reduce the speeds in that area. One of them, my understanding and what the council is trying to do here is, this is just one tool, is to try to reduce that speed limit, to try to prevent folks from going 35 or 45 miles an hour in that area.
Mr. Chairman, I've happened to be contacted and familiar with family members of the individual who struck the deceased. And there's trauma on all sides of this issue. And part of my understanding is that there's lighting issues there. There's a host of matters as you come off of that off-ramp or whatever the case might be. And I haven't heard from the city suggestions related to that. Apparently the district councilor has, but I have not. And I'm also have folks that I represent as an at-large counselor there. So I would like a report back on those efforts. I think enhanced lighting should be an immediate response to that tragedy. And I'd like to make a motion to do exactly that. But this is the first I've heard about the reduction in speed. And through the chair, is this for the entirety of Hope Ave? What section? Just want some clarification on this particular thing. As you understand, it sounds like there was some communication from your department with regards to, I don't know if he's still here, he must have left. But if you could speak to that through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, so it would be for the entire Hope Ave. Any areas that there's 30 or 35 from the beginning to the end of Hope Ave, that would address that. This order will address the entirety of that road.
And through the chair, was it determined that speed was a factor?
To the chair, to the council, I don't have that answer in front of me in terms of whether that was a determining factor. And again, I don't have those details in front of me.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, for clarification, to reduce that speed limit, what has to happen? So for this to happen, what are the exact steps? Is there anything required of the council moving forward? This particular order says a vote to rescind. Do we have the authority to do so through the chair? To rescind, does the council have the authority to do so?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, my understanding is you do. And then we would then work with the council. We would work as an administration to make sure all the proper signage indicate the 25-mile zone and changes to that.
And on the state level, what has to occur through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, I don't know the details of what the next steps with the state level would be. The Commissioner of Transportation could probably provide more details to that. But I do know that there is an effort of notification to either Mass DOT or the state level in these changes. Any changes that we made that are regulatory changes impact our ability to enforce, so then we notify the state agencies that are responsible in this matter.
And Mr. Chairman, for further clarification on this particular matter, the crossing markings in that area, were they at issue as well, through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, I don't know if that is one of the issues as part of the I don't know if you're asking as part of the accident. I don't know if that was part of the issue. I don't have the full investigative report in front of me to determine what are the areas that impacted that potential accident.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion we get that full report, so we're not operating in the dark here. As a council, certainly I'm going to support this, but would like the additional information. Just a tragic event. I really, feel for the family who lost their loved ones and friends, and the individual that was driving, and the folks in that car also has lifelong implications. So we have to do better with regards to our streets and our pedestrians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Council Toomey, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise to either amend or to have a separate order to ensure that when something happens, that the signs go up right away. As a matter of fact, also request that we continue to place the signs out throughout the city, because it's really creating a lot of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we'll take, first we'll take a vote on the item. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rosolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. And for additional information, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, next item. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works review the sidewalk in front of Worcester State University located at 486 Chandler Street for the purpose of completing any emergency sidewalk repairs received at that location. Council Rivera.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is request city manager provide city council report detailing the potential annual debt service payment schedule should the city undertake a loan order of $20 million annually for each of the next 5 years for a total of authorization of $100 million. Said loan, which will be used for the purpose of a capital investment program dedicated into the resurfacing and rehabilitation to the city's main street arteries and sidewalks. Council Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I could probably say as it reads, but just to, kind of my intention here is just to kind of have an idea of if we take that loan of about $20 million per year for 5 years, about $100 million, what would be the cost of payment? I know last time when I requested that, city manager had mentioned that it would be going out of the budget. It will be an additional expense to pay the loan with the interest. So I just wanted to find out a report that how much would it be if we take this loan? Not necessarily I'm requesting the loan, but I just want to know what could it be the consequences if we do so, and then we can think about it in the future about using. My main goal is to see that major arteries per year, if we can do even 2 or 3 complete arteries that are important, can be taken care of with this loan system. And if this is not too much of a burden on us financially, then I'd like to explore that possibility. But this order is mainly to find out what would be that extra cost that the city will bear if we take it as a loan for 5 years, $100 million. I saw that we still have about $600 million loan approved that we can take from, but that's not what I'm saying, that I'm not going after something that we don't have, but there is $600 million available, but I want to know how much the cost would be if we take that loan. That's the request. Thank you.
Council King.
I do not stand in support of this at this time, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions to the administration. It was just a statement made that there's $600 million available to access with regards to this particular order. It's like a response from the administration as relates to that.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, I don't know what 600 million he's referring to. The only thing that I can assume he may be referring to is the authorizations that we have in the city. We have X amount of millions, almost $1 billion of authorization that we can borrow against for different projects. Many of them are in place, either in place now or being contracted or have been contracted, et cetera. And so there could be a gap of a certain amount of monies that are authorized, but yet we have not borrowed or scheduled a borrowing because we have to then account for the debt service on an annual basis. And so if we were to borrow $600 million, we would have to factor that debt service on an annual basis. And that could be, tens of millions of dollars that we would annually be contributing as payments for the potential of $600 million borrowing. And so I don't know if that's what he's alluding to. That's what my assumption is. But again, it's something that the council could probably more specifically speak about. But that's just my assumption based on the loan authorization that we currently have as a city.
Mr. Chair.
You want clarification?
Sure.
Council Mitra?
Yeah. Well, my intention here was to really find out how much it would cost if we get the loan. But at the same time, I wanted to kind of give an attestation. I'm not asking for something that's not available. I'm just referring that there is availability of the fund. If I say I would like to have a $20 million loan order, and then you say that we don't have any place to get it, I'm just saying that we do have an opportunity here, but now that I'm requesting that I'll get that now, mainly I'm looking for what would be the cost to have that $20 million loan order for next 5 years, paying back in 30 years loan? What would be the cost of the interest and everything that will pay?
Okay.
So that's the report I want, but this is just a reference that we have availability.
That's the question, what's that
That's
from?
Which one?
The question is, what's the $600 million from? That's the question.
This is the loan approved for us. Out of that, we have been using every year, taking, and now
Oh, I see.
2025, we have what this much.
It is,
available.
okay, so the manager was correct.
Does that make it clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a bit confused here. And I understand the authorization. My understanding, I brought some of these issues forward during budget hearings as relates to monies borrowed and not used. I know there's a process in place that they're looking at that. We have some budgetary constraints potentially moving forward. In addition to that, there's monies that we have not exercised the option, I guess, for lack of a better term, as well. We have, concerns regarding bond ratings, et cetera. We have a lot of competing priorities. I certainly agree that capital investments improvement, we're talking about $20 million a year. And I'm not sure where that fits in with priorities. So for me to kind of vote for this on its face is challenging. And I would just ask the administration to the chair to respond to the $600 million number. I mean, the average citizens that's watching this may feel as though the city's hiding $600 million. And I'm not sure that's the case, and I'm sure it's not the intention of my colleague. But we have the general public that's watching, and it needs an explanation before there's some interpretation that we voted for $100 million or $20 million, or that there's $600 million, that we're having the ability to access that we're not being transparent about through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, the $600 million in terms of availability, it means that there's a number of projects that has been presented to the council over a number of years, whether it's most recently on the last 3 years under my administration or previous administration, of projects that are either ongoing or projects that we're initiating, that you have to authorize the actual loan order for that amount to be able to be contracted. The city then starts to borrow against that authorization to pay the contractors and the work to be able to be done. There could be an opportunity where at the end of the project, there is a gap between what was authorized and what was actually borrowed. And that gap oftentimes remains in the books as a gap, as what we as a city can continue to borrow against. However, we, myself and the CFO, we're very careful on that because there's a certain limit of what we can borrow on an annual basis based on what we can afford. If I try to compare to an individual, a personal individual that has a credit card, you have a credit card limit, but you don't try to borrow against that entire limit all at once, because on a monthly payments, you can't pay those monthly payments. So you borrow against a credit card based on what you can afford on a monthly basis. And so that's kind of how this works. So there is, there's things like, for example, the fire station. We borrowed over $40 million, and that work has started to begun, the construction. We did the groundbreaking, but we had to authorize the over $40 million for that South Division fire station, but we haven't borrowed against the full amount yet. Every year, we're gonna be borrowing as the project continues to happen. We will borrow until eventually we will close the books. This also includes the high schools, any improvements at the high school, any building of new high schools. We are authorized a certain amount, and we borrow against it year over year based on our ability to pay that debt service annually, year over year. And so, in what we have talked about in this council floor, and part of our recommendation is that any times we bring in new authorizations for loan orders outside of the budget process, we will then bring forward a rescinding or an item that will rescind a current authorizations to try to keep the authorizations lower. In addition to that, this year, as part of our water and sewer budget, we had enough of our authorization that I didn't extend that authorization further. What I asked the departments to do is to borrow against the current authorizations that we have already in the books instead of extending that authorization a little bit further. So that's typically how we manage the budget and how we manage on an annual basis our spending.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want the public to misunderstand. I certainly support a capital investment program dedicated to resurfacing and rehabilitating our streets, arteries, and sidewalks. However, based on what's being explained here, I do have some concerns with the numbers that are being associated here. And through the chair to the administration, just a quick clarification. When there's the authorization, can you go outside of the intent and purpose of said authorization? So if you have authorization for a certain amount, we've used a percentage of that. Can you just apply it willy-nilly through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, no, we cannot do that. We have to bring it before the council to reappropriate that authorization for another project or another. Unless we have an authorization for example, sewer restorations. It's a very blanket sewer restorations. Then we would borrow based on that for sewer restorations. Again, but any utilization of that authorization for any other purposes has to come before the council. And any new authorizations that we want to add to the books also has to come from before the council for council approval.
And through the chair to the administration, is there a capital investment master plan currently in place as relates to such funding and strategy and priority through the chair?
Through the chair to the council, we do. We actually work with all departments. We actually have a capital committee as part of our department heads where they also range and rank the capital needs that are submitted on an annual basis. And they all, as a collective, provide feedback to one another. And then also we receive the feedback from the council and the public in terms of what are some of the priorities. We understand schools are priority. We understand our roads is a priority. And so that's why as part of the discussion that happens internally with our departments, this year we were able to expand our investments into road infrastructure because of the feedback that we've gotten. And then the capital committee of all cabinet members then evaluate each request and determine which one should receive priority based on the recommendations from the council and the administration.
So outside the budget process, is there communication of that capital investment strategy and risk assessment, or not, sorry, priority assessment? Chair.
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, the only time we communicate those priorities and investments is through the budget process.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a report back to the council that we have exactly that, the strategy, the priorities of a capital investment program, so that we don't necessarily have to sort of, for lack of a better term, nickel and dime certain projects. We know that, the main arteries, sidewalks, et cetera, are a major issue, but we do have competing priorities. So I'd like to see that report back. I'm going to abstain from this vote. I'm not clear with the numbers. I'm sure it'll go forward, and when it comes back, I'm sure we'll have some specification that I can vote upon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Council Rivera?
Just for clarification, he's only asking for a report on if we was to borrow a certain amount of money for 5. Yeah, I definitely, for road projects, absolutely, I'm in.
Council Toomey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was going to say the same thing. He's only asking for a report on the
Okay.
debt service.
So maybe we could just amend this to say for illustration purposes. Would that be better? So, Council Rosen?
Through the chair to the manager, Mr. Manager, if we did have a $20 million loan order over 5 years each, $100 million, how might that affect our bond rating in the future?
Mr. Manager?
To the chair to the council, if I take this order by face value and adopt it next budget cycle, it would have a significant impact because it would go above and beyond what our current capacity to pay debt service on an annual basis would be. And we would have to explore other avenues to raise that capacity to be able to have that ability the ability to have monies available on an annual basis to pay that debt service. So the debt service of this for a period of time is significant. I haven't done the calculations, but it is significant. And so that would impact on an annual basis our debt service, which would have an impact on the actual bond rating. And that's what they evaluate. The two things that the bond rating agencies evaluate is our ability to borrow. What is our ability to borrow? How much are we borrowing? What's our capacity there? And there's two areas that they are every year they have concerns. One is our borrowing capacity, and two is the wealth of the community overall. And those are the two things that the bond rating agencies often review and provide feedback to us of concern that they have in our ability to manage and keep our stable bond rating numbers.
And if, through the chair to the manager, if we did this, I assume in the future, this would cause us to raise residential and business taxes. Am I correct?
Mr. Manager?
So through the chair to the council, there is possibility. We would have to do an analysis, but there is possibility that we would have to come back to the council to do two things. One, either raise taxes and use some of the unused tax levy capacity, use some of those dollars, and which then that would raise taxes in the city. Or second, we would have to consider potential layoffs or things like that. It's all related to the financial integrity plan and our ability on an annual basis, how much percentage of borrowing can we, in terms of based on our limits, can we borrow on an annual basis? If we surpass that capacity, then we have to look for other revenue sources. And the revenue sources right now, the only way for us to increase that revenue source, it would be increasing taxes or impacting operations by having to lay people off.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I know it's only asking for a report here, and when I look at the ramifications of maybe raising taxes and really harming our bond rating, even with a report, I just couldn't support asking for $20 million loan order for 5 years, each 5 years for $100 million. And yeah, we all want better streets and sidewalks, and the reason why some of them are in deplorable condition is because we can't afford to do what we should have been doing for the last few decades. We can't afford it. Borrowing the $100 million doesn't necessarily mean we can't afford it. So I would like to ask for a roll call on this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Council Mitra for the second time.
I think my order is just to get a report of payment plan. If I order the loan order, I'll go back to the council again, and then we can talk about bond rating and all those. I'm just trying to find out what would be the cost. And I'm wise enough to know whether that would be a high cost that we shouldn't go for it, or we can think about it. But my request here is not to borrow the money. I'm just asking what would be the payment plan. I don't know why all these questions are coming, because that's not my order. My order is just to give me how much could be the payment that if we do this. And then if I come back and say, I would like to borrow $20 million, then the council has all these questions to ask and deny or approve or vote against it. So I think right now, all I'm looking for, what could be the payment if this happens?
And Council Bergman?
For that purpose. Thank you.
Could I say to Councilor Mitra, welcome aboard as far as experiencing mischaracterization of orders. It's your first time. It won't be your last. I can promise you that. I can't promise much, but I can promise you that. Let me just say that I don't have any issue with the report. I just want to be clear. Voting for the lowest residential tax rate has historically been my vote. I'm not looking to spend more of the taxpayers' money, but I am curious that, at some point, if we keep piecemealing our road improvements, we're never going to get caught up. So it's a worthwhile question to ask, and I don't have any issue. I'll support getting the report, and we'll see what the cost is, and we'll go from there. But I rose because I want to be clear on 2 points. One is I'm supporting the report. That's what I view this as asking for. And number two, I don't view this as supporting a tax increase for the residents. I view this as the question of what would be the ramifications to the residents if we were to go ahead and do something like that. And I certainly and I'm sure others on the council feel the same way, are very mindful of the taxpayers' pocketbooks and wallets, and I wouldn't move ahead on anything like this unless I was confident it was in the taxpayers' best interest. So I welcome the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can we move to question?
What's that?
Can we move to question?
Yeah, we're ready to vote right now.
Okay.
Try to do so
For
quickly.
clarification purposes, I just want to know if the city manager can put all these questions about the debt of services, you know, all
Yeah.
that, but in the report, I think it answers
Get a
everybody's question.
detailed report. Okay. Okay, roll call.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Pilata?
No.
Counselor Economou?
Yes.
Counselor Solo?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Abstain.
Counselor Mitra?
Yes.
Counselor Ojeda?
No.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Rosen?
No.
Counselor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, we are on 12I. Request that the manager provide council with a report detailing the number of, I think I wrote on it, streetlights out of the operation of the city and the length of time and the lights that have been out of operation for maintenance and repairs to take several months to complete and timelines associated with completing said maintenance and repairs for the purposes of informing the residents and business owners when to expect streetlights to be back on operation. Councilor Economou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, it's not so much, this doesn't have to do so much with what the city side is responsible for, because I feel we activate our vendor and get things done. It's more so keeping a tab on the National Grid end of things. There are two streets right now, Montclair Drive and Devons Road, that have, Devons Road has all their lights out, street lights, and it's been for months. And Montclair has 5 of, I think, 7 lights out. And they're all underground National Grid issues. And Commissioner Westling was kind enough to let me know where things are with all these, and I appreciate all that. But it just further tells me that we need to keep a closer tab with National Grid on getting these done in a more timely fashion. So that's what I'm bringing forth, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item, request the manager convene an immediate meeting with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation to identify and implement immediate safety solutions to address the high number of traffic accidents along Grove Street, with a particular focus on the corridor between Drummond and Nelson Place. Councilor Economou.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're familiar with this, as many here on the council are. Between Drummond Road and Nelson Place, Chester Street, Parkton, Lansing, terrible areas. There's always a crash, significant crashes, not just fender benders. These are significant crashes that are causing injury to people. We need to get the state to the table and come up with plans to further create safety measures along this stretch of corridor. I asked the city manager if he could work to get that together. I think it's urgent that it be done sooner rather than later, because I think it was about a week ago, there was another crash there where there was injury. So that's where I stand on that, and I know the residents of the neighborhood would be very responsive to it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the man. Council King would like to sign on. We'll send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12K, request the manager provide council with a report detailing cooling center operations, including the resources, supplies, and staff to provide to cooling center sites. Council Pilata.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the summer weather, it was great that, the city is rolling out these cooling centers. It's been done twice so far this season. It'd be great to have a better understanding of what resources we're putting towards these cooling centers, especially at locations like the library that we know are already buildings in, departments that wear many hats. So I'd like to have a better understanding of what are we doing to support the staff that are at these sites. Are we providing extra staff? Are we providing, water, things like that? So I'd like to, just through the chair to the manager, just curious if you could provide me just with a short answer. What type of resources are we bringing to the cooling centers, or are we just providing these spaces?
Mr. Manager.
To the chair, to the council, what we do is we provide the spaces. Oftentimes, we also provide water in those cooling centers. Again, it's something that we continue to explore, not only adding more spaces, but also what other resources we can have there. Depending on what the cooling or warming center may be, and depending the longevity of that, we then have to reconsider the resources and add more, whether we need to have Red Cross or other partners involved in that process, whether we need to provide food if people are there for a long period of time. But oftentimes the cooling centers or warming centers are a very short period of time. So we just provide the spaces, and if it is pretty hot out or whatnot, we try to sometimes provide some water.
Okay. No, it would be great to know, and maybe perhaps this order could be an opportunity to explore how we could bolster these areas when they are designated as heating or cooling centers. Thank you.
Send out to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager provide counsel with a report concerning transportation improvement, funding, and other project scopes for the Bigelow Davis Parkway and Lake Ave intersection project. Council Ballata.
Thank you. Yeah. It's my understanding that the plan for this intersection is going to be a rotary. I want to be clear, I'm not against that. My only concern is that the timeline of this and how long this intersection has, or how long people in the neighborhood and frankly across the city have been calling for some type of stoplight here. So I'd like to have an understanding of what's going on here, and are there opportunities to fast track anything in this, just to see, I know, or are we more or less locked in with the TIP funding? So I'd like to have it'd be great to have this as part of a neighborhood meeting so folks can understand what the city's planning to do with this intersection and what type of traffic mitigation we have planned. So thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager.
Mr. Chairman, what item was that?
12
L. L.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, send to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. M, request standing committee on public works meet jointly with standing committee on traffic and parking for the purpose of reviewing and discussing the city's strategic pavement management plan. Further request the manager of public works and commissioner of transportation mobility attend a joint meeting relating to the city's 2025 payment management prepared by Apex Companies LLC. Councilor Conamo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're looking to have this meeting with Chairperson Rivera's committee in traffic and parking, hopefully in later August. I think it'll just be good information for all of us to have a refresh on some of this information, what the plans are, what the options are, and how we go about things to get our streets in better condition. So, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager provide counsel with a report outlining the city's handling of the town of Holden sewer use lawsuits. That report should include a summary of the city's process and decision-making throughout the case, a timeline of the city's communications with the appropriate state officials to resolve the matter, and the explanation of the legal factors that result in the city's paying the final settlement. Councilor Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard from a number of residents just asking about this, how it all went down, if we can get information as to how this transpired, when it started even, and why it was left dormant for so long. And then here at the end, we're scrambling to make restitution, I guess, to the town of Holden, especially when we don't have, when our state partners, DCR, weren't really we didn't get much information from them. So how did this all come about, why it all came about, and what's being done moving forward to rectify the situation? Because there are two other towns out there, West Boylston and Rutland, that participate in this, and it's important for us to stay vigilant and keep the state and DCR's feet to the fire. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor King, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to support this. However, I'm not at this particular point. I can't until I have some questions answered. Through the chair to the administration, are all legalities as it relates to this matter with the Holden sewer situation, not lawsuit, situation, been resolved. There's a number of matters that have not been addressed. We have a number of concerns moving forward as relates to the condition of some of the apparatus and the pipes and what have you that are aging. And I just want to know, are there any indication that there's legalities and potential legalities have been completely resolved? And the reason I ask, Mr. Chairman, is in our executive sessions, we took votes and we asked certain things to occur at the direction of directing and advising the city manager. And I'm not sure if those things occurred or not. But I'm wondering if executive session is a place to do this versus a report. I have concerns about moving forward, this matter being resolved in a way that's as beneficial as possible through the city. So through the chair to the administration, the first question is, where are we at with the consultation or the consultant in resolving this mess of a matter? And the second question is, are all legalities and potential legalities a non-factor in this sewer matter overall, not just pertaining to Holden? Mr. Chairman, we have a couple other towns involved here. I believe it's West Boylston and Rutland, maybe. And some of us on the council feel that we may have perhaps been stiffed by those folks. 0 payments, nothing, regardless if you think it's fair or not, nothing. And until recently, a very small contribution, West Boylston in particular as well. So I just want to make sure that this isn't held up and we don't get this 10 months from now, this request, 'cause I think it's important what Councilor Economou is bringing forward. But I'm wondering if those 2 questions can be answered. And then third, is an executive session relative to legal strategies in order moving forward through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Oh, there was a lot there. Through the chair to the council, in regards to the situation, it's not over. It's not resolved. I mean, there's ongoing conversations with the state and the other towns on discussing matters related to a new sewer use agreement and using a consultation, not only from the state and consultants and number of attorneys involved in the process of negotiating for a new sewer use agreement for the future. That's all involved right now. And that's actually happening in real time right now. With regards to the Holden litigation, that has come to a resolution, and there's an agreement and a settlement, and that has come to a resolution. However, what you were stating is the issue as a whole. We're still
Moving
working,
forward as
moving
well,
forward.
yes.
We're still working through that. Could there be potential for further litigation? Perhaps, I don't know. I can't speak to that directly. But there's still ongoing. We have a draft. We've been working on a draft that we feel as though we could give enough information to the public in terms of providing some background, what happened with sewer, the current issue, what was the resolve, but related to the current Holden sewer situation. But there's matters there that we cannot disclose at this time because of negotiations for future purposes. But there is a level of information that we could provide as a historical background in terms of what happened, what was dealt with, what we did, and what was the resolve related to the Holden particular only lawsuit. We can do something like that, but in regards to the other elements to bring forward a new negotiated agreement, that requires further conversation, and that I'd be a little bit hesitant to provide information and details on that.
Thank you. To the chair to the administration, part of this order is related to state officials' communications. My concern is that we're still in communication with state officials as it relates to moving forward with this particular matter. I know we had a city solicitor, a deputy or someone here earlier. I don't know if they're around or not. I'm just wondering, I mean, are we going to get an executive session pertaining to that? Like, what, is it going to be a one-off for each particular counselor if you happen to ask? You know, I certainly think this is something that obviously, you know, with that, I wasn't going to support this on its face, but with this explanation, I'm going to sign on to it. So I'm going to sign on to this, but I do have some hesitation as it relates to that. If you could just respond to the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, to the chair, to the council. Right now, there's not enough information that I would be able to provide in executive session to give enough to the council. That's why I haven't requested an executive session to give an updates in terms of where we're at with to the council. But again, we can, as part of our memo, try to provide some information, given so that we would be limited in providing as much information based on the current discussions that are happening right now with state officials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise just for, I don't know if it's an amendment or a question of clarification, which I don't think I'll be able to get answered. Through the chair of the city manager, is the city solicitor unavailable tonight?
Yes,
Sorry.
she's unavailable.
So I just had a question, and we can get a report back, because this is gonna require a report. So perhaps we could amend this just to get information back from city solicitor as to whether or not there are any qualifications or privileges with respect to conversations with state officials to resolve the matter. I personally don't think there is. It's not my role to make that decision. I think we may get some sticky points when we're talking about decision-making on a case, especially if there's future litigation, but I don't think any conversations with state officials and other parties politically trying to resolve this case is privileged, but maybe we can get that answer from the city solicitor when you get the report back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So send that to manager as amended, and the reports as requested. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Public Works review all street signs on Kennicott and replace any street signs that are not spelled correctly. Councilor Economo?
As it reads, Mr. Chairman.
Send the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager, request the police chief provide speed and traffic enforcement on Windsor Street. Councilor Rivera?
You missed one.
Oh, I missed, I just skipped one. But go ahead, Councilor Rivera, I'll go back to.
As it reads.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Going back to 12P, request city manager requests Commissioner of Public Works fill potholes along the entire length of Westbrook Road. Councilor Economo?
As it reads.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12R, we're gonna hold under privilege. Okay. 12S.
I'm sorry, what happened with 12R?
It's held under privilege.
By whom?
Council Balata.
Okay, thank you.
Request city clerk work with the Board of Health and Division of Public Health agent to evaluate the city's death certificate process, to provide city council with a report detailing ways to improve efficiency and reduce processing times of establishing said records. Council Balata.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, you know, it seems like a bit of an obscure order, but in conversations with folks in the Lincoln Street corridor, had an opportunity to talk with the folks that run Nordgren Funeral Home, and they mentioned that just the amount of time it takes compared to other larger municipalities in the state to process this, and I was hoping we could maybe figure out a way to improve efficiency, to make sure that we're basically improving efficiency and reducing processing times, to really help families and loved ones in a very challenging time. We all unfortunately know that sometimes after someone's death there can be a lot of legal and financial challenges, so just really hoping we can figure out a way to make this as easy as possible for residents when they're going through a very challenging time. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request city manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility install temporary boards to help with the illegal parking on O'Connell Field located at 155 Grove Street and in the vicinity of 173 Grove Street. Councilor Rivera?
As it reads.
All those in favor?
Yeah, it was accidentally sent to the wrong Public Works and back to Transportation Mobility, so yeah.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item, request city manager provide council with a report update concerning the previously adopted order from February 3rd, 2026, which reads, request city manager, in honor of the nation's 250th anniversary, as a permanent gift to the city's residents, consider finding funding sources for the commission of a statue with a historic reading of the Declaration of Independence by Isaiah Thomas, be placed in the proper location in front of City Hall.
Well, thank you,
Councilor
Mr.
Berger.
Chairman. I'll be relatively brief. The items come around a few times. I think the first time I put it on was maybe 3 years ago. I stood with a number of my colleagues, many of my colleagues, last week for an interesting and I thought enjoyable event where we took part in reading different parts of the Declaration of Independence, and I think many of us felt the pride in knowing that Worcester was one of the first locations to have it read. But I've got to be honest, some of the emotion was mixed with a little bit of embarrassment that the way we represent the historic event is by a plaque that's difficult to find to begin with. Never mind in bad weather, snow or ice, you would never see it. But assuming it's good weather, you literally have to kind of walk on it or trip over it, so to speak, to find it. And it's just, this is one of the things in the time I've been on the council, and this predates the current city manager, so it's not about our current city manager. I know he's enthusiastic about doing something. But one of the things that frustrates me is, I look at cities like Boston, and they grasp at the opportunity to celebrate their history by basically fighting each other over what monument or statue or way we're going to celebrate this. And in Worcester, we kind of say it's good enough. And that's been, I think, in a lot of ways, not the way we should be handling our history. Those of us that appreciate it, and I think all of us do to a large degree, understand that toe-to-toe, Worcester history is as significant as Boston's, whether we're talking about the American Revolution, Civil War, so on and so forth, but we continue not to celebrate it, and, it should be something we have to avoid saying instead of having to find. And, it's the nation's 250th anniversary, and to me, it's like a simple project, although there is a cost, and maybe we can get some of our nonprofits excited about this because it does bring students that are in the city downtown. It also makes them proud of, hey, go to a college that was in the city where Declaration of Independence was read early on, so on and so forth. But in my opinion, we've got to find a way to do better in celebrating our history instead of kind of being, nonchalant about it. And this, to me, is a great way to start. And I just encourage the city manager, by the end of the nation's 250th anniversary, which is the end of this year, 2026, let's at least have a plan in place so that next year we can start an annual tradition of reading the Declaration of Independence with a proper statute or monument. Not one. I literally had to show people where it was, and I couldn't orient myself to find it. Usually I can. This time I couldn't. And to me, that's embarrassing. So we can do better, we should do better, no pointing fingers. I just think that whatever the cost is can be absorbed by some of our nonprofits or some of our financial business owners that are in the city that also take pride in locating their businesses here. But I think we could do much better, and we should. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Toomey?
Chair, I just rise to ask I didn't see this, so I'd like to be added on.
Okay. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just before I support this, would like to know about the refurbishing process for such monuments and recognition. I know a couple years ago I had filed that the plaque that's associated with Bob Cousy Court be, and I don't know if the correct word is refurbished, but whatever it's called, and updated when we were creating that basketball court dedication, and it's still an outstanding concern. So just through the chair to the administration, what is there a process by which those sorts of things are looked at? I'm certainly going to sign on to this. This is something that's right here in our backyard or front yard, and wondering who's responsible for those things on city property to make sure that we're paying proper homage to folks, through the chair.
Mr. Manager?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, the Parks Department has a maintenance schedule on these things. It's through the Parks Commissioner, Robin Tonelli, and then again, it's all subject to funding. So you can have a small plaque of refurbishing from, the recent, I know a few years back we did the Civil War memorial that we refurbished and brought back. So there's a schedule that he has, and it is all subject to the availability of funding that year based on our recommendations to the council. That's something that the Parks Department manages and handles on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. I would just hopefully accept this friendly amendment that in addition to this process, that while that's in play or that's in process, for lack of a better word, that we take a look at refurbishing that until this right here comes to full realization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. All those in favor? Opposed, ordered. Request the Committee on Public Health and Human Services hold a meeting with representatives from the Board of Health, selected medical professionals, and youth advocacy agencies to discuss youth exposure and addiction to tobacco, nicotine, and vaping, among others. Councilor Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, prior to serving on the city council this year, I served on the Worcester Board of Health for 4 years, and we had a lot of discussions about our tobacco regulations, and maybe, we can protect the public by them, and that's our main mission. But we also maybe could look at small businesses and help them out too, especially those that, deal with tobacco, nicotine products, and so on. And recently, the Board of Health did meet, the new Board of Health, and they met and they did relax some of the regulations that were, I think, overall, hurting a few of our small businesses. And I don't want to go through the whole, story again, but I did bring up early in this term the plight of Nova Mesco, that entertainment center on Lower Pleasant Street, right next to Creed. And Creed, I guess, has a smoking bar there. And Nova Mesco, minority-owned, female-owned, did invest about $60,000 into a ventilation system that they thought would help them also put a smoking bar in there. So we would have two next to each other, too close to each other, according to the rules of the Board of Health. And the Board of Health and the Department of Public Health soon after told them, sorry, you invested all that money, but you can't use the equipment, Nova Mesco, because you're too close to Creed. But if you move up maybe the most, 1/10 of a mile up the street or down the street or away from Creed, you can do it. I mean, 1/10 of a mile isn't very much. So we tried a year or two ago to get Nova Mesco the permission from the Board of Health to open a smoking bar. It didn't work. But this latest Board of Health, just a few weeks ago, I was at the meeting, big crowd there, and they did lessen up on some of the restrictions, and it worked out well for Nova Mesco, and I'm thrilled too, because it's a downtown business. It's minority-owned, female-owned. It was a very good decision by the Board of Health. But what surprised me at that meeting was the number of youth agencies, representatives who showed up, and also doctors, and they showed up and they all said, Board of Health, don't ease up on these restrictions, because it's going to hurt our youth. And we have problems in the city of Worcester with youth getting involved in nicotine and tobacco substances and vaping. And if you allow, say, Creed to open up so close to Nova Mesco open so close to Creed, you're going to hurt our youth. And I was listening to this, and as the chair of the board chair of our council's public health committee and a former Board of Health member, I just didn't agree with the doctors and the youth organizations that easing up on the restrictions would harm our youth. I would never support anything like that, and I don't think anyone in this council would. But then it got me thinking, listening to these youth organizations, the representatives, and the doctors that spoke, that maybe our youth in Worcester are, threatened by the use of vaping products, nicotine and tobacco. So I think it's a topic that our Public Health Committee, chaired by me, with Councilor Toomey, Councilor King as the members, we should take a look at this, because the doctors are probably right. Our youth are being threatened by these products. Noah Mesco and Creed, that's age 21 and up. So there were two different discussions, but I picked up on the one that I didn't think applied to the easing up on the restrictions of tobacco use in Worcester. But I do care about our youth. My whole life has been with youth as far as teaching and so on. So I hope we can vote to send this to the Committee on Public Health, and we can have a few hearings with those in the know, some doctors, some of the youth organizations. What can we do as a city to keep our youth away from tobacco and nicotine and vaping? I'd like to keep everyone away. If we could, we wish no one would smoke, no one would use tobacco, but, you know, it's a legal product. But can we do something to have our youth avoid these products? Yes, I think we can. If we understand the problem, we know how big the problem is. So I think the Public Health Committee, you know, sometime by the fall can handle this and bring back some good recommendations to our city council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We'll send that to the committee. Sign on. Okay, everybody?
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I'd like to speak in opposition to this item.
Okay.
Doesn't
Councilor
quite
Bellata?
make sense to me. This council voted to ease up restrictions for tobacco, for a tobacco business, and now we're concerned about youth using tobacco. We don't think kids have fake IDs. I can get in, no offense. But I mean, we on the one hand, we want to make it easier for businesses to sell tobacco, and now on the other hand, we want to explore youth exposure, which we all know is a long-term issue and has been in the city and across the country. So I just don't understand this order, and I'm opposed to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman first. And,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support at the moment, but I want to be clear that, yeah, I'm sure if we talk to medical professionals about a lot of habits, youth and adults, they're going to have a lot of suggestions about things we're doing wrong, including, and I've said this before, my love of chocolate. But I don't want any subcommittee meeting talking about limiting my ability to make my own adult decisions. So I'm not opposed to sending it to committee, but I am concerned about the slippery slope of trying to manage adult behavior. And as far as, you know, the youth, well, I just remind everybody the age that we allow people to buy and smoke marijuana at an age where all legitimate medical professionals tend to say the brain isn't fully developed. So I have some inconsistencies there too, where the brain isn't fully developed till you're 25 and you can buy marijuana at 21. I think there's a lot of problems with how a lot of things are handled. I think, unfortunately, we don't always do it the medical way. We do it oftentimes the political way, and I have issues with those inconsistencies. But for the moment, I'll be happy to support it going to committee.
okay, Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, I think I just heard a concern about marijuana use, the brain not fully developed at age 25. This is my professional area of expertise as relates to mental health and brain development, et cetera. And I can certainly understand from whence it comes. We also have laws here that allow folks to drink alcohol at age 21, and I'm hoping that there's not an implication or inference or anything of the like where folks might be looking to increase that age to 25. I'm not quite sure what the comments were intended for. If it's that, I don't stand by that. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I will say this. On other matters before this council this term and in previous terms, I've asked for the Division of Youth Services or Operations to work through Rec Worcester with young folks regarding vaping. Prior to that, I asked the city administration to do an educational campaign curriculum with respect to vaping and young people in the summertime through Rec Worcester. This administration actually has done that and has implemented that. And meeting with folks from Grove Street, Forest Grove, a couple of years ago, the middle school folks, they had asked, and I brought to this council floor a request for vaping alarms in our middle schools, vaping detectors or sensors, I'm sorry. There was discussion and that was brought from this body to the school body, where they determined that it was too costly. And I do know for a fact that youth vaping and exposures is significant. I'm going to continue to sign on to this. That's a discussion worth having. Anything we can do as relates to educating young people, we should absolutely do that. And that's sort of how I see this, Mr. Chairman. So I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Councilor Rosen, I'm sorry. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions. One, if it's possible, I think this is a good idea. It's something I talked about before. But I think it's important to find a way to include in this meeting, during these conversations, someone from the Worcester Public Schools personnel, because they deal directly with this on a daily basis as well. So if we can include them, that would be good. And through the chair to the city manager, when he's available. So is this saying, or maybe Councilor Rosen can answer this. So is this saying that as of right now, we don't have these type of discussions going on? Or is this something that I'm pretty sure we do have data from the department? And if we do, I guess during that meeting, can we just make sure it's shared as well? So the question was to the city manager, we currently aren't having conversations like this at all. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Manager.
No, through the chair to the council, the Department of Public Health and our youth office are constantly having conversations with partners and providing information and resources to young people in our city. With either through the Rec Worcester program, we have as a summit that we do with our young people. There's significant amount of work happening by both the public health office and also the youth office in relationship, in partnership with the Worcester Public Schools in providing conversations and resources around this topic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, the restrictions that were eased up by the Board of Health recently were basically citing restrictions, citing of businesses, retail outlets, smoking bars, vape shops or whatever they're called. And that's what the discussion was all about. But the people who were in opposition that night, a few weeks ago at the Board of Health meeting, the ones in opposition kept bringing up the youth issue. Why did they do that? One, I think two were pediatricians, a couple represented youth organizations, maybe I think someone was from the Worcester Public Schools, but they all kept speaking about the problems we have with youth, interest in and addiction of tobacco, nicotine, and vaping, and what could we do about that? But they did associate that issue with the citing of these tobacco and nicotine outlets. And I think they're two different things. But I didn't want to walk away from the meeting, even though I thought they were, clouding the issue of citing. I didn't want to walk away and say, well, we don't really know what's going on with the students or the children in the city of Worcester, and maybe we don't care about them. I think we'd be derelict in our duties not to take a look. Now, Councilor Ojeda said, he basically was asking, are we doing anything now? He asked the manager, what are we doing? And I have the same question. I'm not sure, and he's not sure. And it would be good, I think, on our part to take a look. What are we doing? Are we doing enough? If we are, that's wonderful. But according to the people who spoke at the citing of these businesses, we're not doing enough. And they kept making it clear. They just were confusing, I think, two different issues. But I walked away, even though I was supporting the citing changes, I walked away and said, we have a responsibility as a city of Worcester, as a city council, as a committee on public health. We have a responsibility to our youth. If things are all perfect with them and there's nothing we can do, I'll come back and I'll say that. Our committee will discuss it, and I'll come back and say, gee, it's too bad. We have so many addicted youth here in the city, addicted to nicotine and tobacco and vaping, and the problem's getting worse, but there's nothing we can do. You know me. I won't come back and say that. I'm never like that. I never take that attitude. So we'd be derelict in our duties if we just say, I don't support this. I don't think the Public Health Committee should take a look at this. Are you kidding me? You bet we should take a look at it, and we should take a look at it soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll do a roll call vote on this. Roll call.
Council Bregman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 12W, request the city manager work with the appropriate parties to create an educational campaign ensuring the city residents are taught how to properly dispose of pet waste. Said educational campaign could include ensuring residents do not dispose of pet waste in the city's storm drains, catch basins. Council Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the manager. Mr. Manager, this order is placed because I think constantly a resident from Cardinal Road has been writing to us, not only to me, but to many other city councilors also, about the disposal of the pet waste in the stormwater and the catch basin and the storm drains, and that's kind of illegal. He has been sending us the videos, he has been sending us the photographs, so I thought it would be better if we can send some flyers or something to educate people that how to really dispose of the pet waste and not really do illegal things that kind of become harmful, and also the residents are disturbed with it. So I request you to kind of take some action to educate our community what should be done to the right way to dispose of the pet waste. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager.
Mr. Mayor,
Council
if I may add for an amendment, if we can just add on to too, if there's any fines, if caught doing so, I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. As amended to the manager, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager install a portrait of Esther Howland within the Esther Howland South Chamber in City Hall. Council Mitra.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. I kind of come to the City Hall, go onto the third floor, and all our hallways full of so many different portraits, which are for those people who have done good job and good deeds. I think, but this hall, chamber where we meet, is named after Esther Howland, and she who has been very inspirational. If you read back what she has been in 1880s when she started her business, when the woman didn't get much opportunity, had business of the Valentine card. She's known as the American Valentine lady, and I think it is worth having a portrait where we have her, the Valentine card, which I have the picture attached. Maybe next to it we can have a portrait of her, just to honor her, just like we have many other portraits in the hallway. So that's my request to see. It will just add more to this hall as well.
Okay. Send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request the manager provide a meeting between the appropriate representatives and local business owners on Southwood Street in the vicinity of Gerton's Graphic, located at 134 Southwood Street, to discuss ways to remedy concerns around cleanliness and the list of activities occurring in the area. Council Mitra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This also is an order that comes from an email that I received from Gerton Graphics. I think I've given that email to everyone. They're a little bit disturbed, Coney Island, Gerton Graphics, because the new business that started there, the cannabis shop there, and they're not following the orders or the laws the way it should be happening there. So they are a little bit concerned about the way things are going, and they would like that. I would request that city manager, if we can meet with those business owners around Gerton Graphics in that area, probably we can hear them, what they have, and they need to see that the order and the discipline is maintained. A lot of unhoused people are going there, drug addicts are going there, and they are not disposing of properly. A lot of illicit activities are going on according to John Gurton Graphics, and sent a very detailed email. I'll forward you that email. So I thought maybe it'll be a good idea to gather together with all the business owners in that area and see how we can help them to combat or kind of bring a solution to this issue that they're facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Almeida?
Thank you. Yeah, this was something that I signed on to. And if Dr. Mitra doesn't mind, I think one of the better ways or easier way is for him and I to get together with those business owners and the residents in that area, have our meeting first with them, and then based on those findings, we can go to the city manager and tell him, these are the things we're looking for, so he can help us, versus having meeting after meeting after meeting. I think this it'll be dragged out too long. So I think schedule a meeting together with all the people involved here, and then, like I said, come up with an outline and then present it to the city manager from there, either at your meeting or our meeting, and we can do it that way. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, all set. We'll send that to city manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Z, request city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works with the city solicitor to provide council with a report concerning the responsibility, available waivers, and possible cost-sharing options available when associated with the public shade trees are documented or have repeatedly damaged or contributed to the failure of residential building SOAR, including it how it relates to the application of revised ordinances. Councilor Conomo.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Would this go through the chair to the clerk? Is Public Works the right spot for this?
Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, I believe Public Works as well, but
Okay. As it reads, Mr. Chairman, we can debate this in subcommittee. Thank you.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We are on 13D. Request the city manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility ensure that the crosswalks at the intersection of Huntley Street and Pleasant Street that was not repainted following a recent repaving of the location and replaced as soon as possible in the interest of safety for students crossing to attend Midland Street School. Councilor Rivera.
I would like to say, as it reads, but I just wanted to make sure that it's important that we know that any of these issues that we have in the schools, whether it's sidewalks, stuff like that, I'm hoping that we can take care of it right away. Yeah.
Okay. To the manager, those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
Council Ballard?
So just had a question. 13A, did we already?
We already did A, B, and C. Yep.
We did?
Yeah.
Is there any way to revisit A or no?
No, we didn't.
I don't think so.
No.
Did I miss A?
No,
I don't
it went
think
from Z
13A.
to 13D.
Okay, thank you.
Orders power, so we need 13A, 13B, and 13C.
Okay, we did B and C?
Thank
Okay.
you.
My fault. Okay, we'll go back to the minute, but we're on Council Rivera's.
13D, we did. We just finished it.
13D is the one you just held. We're going to send that to the Commissioner of Transportation Mobility, correct?
Correct.
All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Yeah.
13A, I thought we did it, but I guess I missed it. Requests, Chief Development Officer convene a meeting with the appropriate stakeholders to discuss and create a plan related to the appropriate amount of land being deeded to conservation land in light of the current housing crisis. Councilor Conomo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just bringing this forward, excuse me. It's great that we're putting all this land into conservation and making connections around the city with all these land masses. I was just looking for an idea if economic development has ever worked on it. Just a report to see how that's balancing out with our need for housing, all types of housing. That's really what I'm looking for, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Councilor Blau?
Yeah, I appreciate Councilor O'Connor who's like in time with this, but I concerned about it only because I feel like it kind of pits one need against another. I think, we're fortunate to have a lot of green space in the city, and whether it's, Lake Park or Hadwin Park or, the Cascades, I think just worry about, kind of pitting two things against each other when I think we can better resolve the housing crisis, not by chipping away at our green space, but by, doing more zoning density, infilling downtown like we talked about and other initiatives. So I'll be voting in the negative on this, but it's just a concern that I have, so.
Okay, so send that to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We did B, we did C, we did D. Council King has held 13E
And F.
and 13F, so we're on 13G. Request manager, request city solicitor provide city council with a legal opinion relative to whether the developers of 4 Breen Lane will be prohibited from traversing and using heavy equipment on Pine Hill Road due to the road's private status. Further requested the legal opinion also include information concerning whether the city can require developers to repave disrupted portions of the private road at the completion of the project. Council Fazolo.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, I want you to know that this development here at 4 Brant Lane is one that, if completed, would create hundreds of apartments. And in doing so, if it happens, heavy equipment and usage of a private road that abuts the property, Pine Hill Road, would happen and has started to happen. And Pine Hill Road is a private road, but it's a private road that I would think is unlike many private roads in the city of Worcester, whereas there's only one way in and one way out, and it leads you to 4 or 5 other private roads off of Pine Hill. And again, the only way you get into those 4 or 5 streets are through Pine Hill Road. So especially, I'd like to alert my colleagues that are at-large councils, the 6 at-large councilors, that your constituents on these private roads and back are adversely affected if something ever was to happen to Pine Hill Road with this heavy equipment that might, use that road if this project ever takes place. Now, what has happened is the trees on the lot where the apartments would be developed has started, and I'm told there's a respite now there because due to Conservation Commission concerns. So that project is stopped right now, but I wrote this order in attempts to help the people that pay a lot of money each and every year to try to keep Pine Hill Road, the ability to drive over it with collecting funds to fill the potholes and do the things that every private street, people that live on private streets, not every, but many here in the city do. So that's why I have asked the city solicitor to look into the ability to keep that heavy equipment off the road. And one other factor I'd like to bring to my colleagues' attention, especially the 6 at-large councilors that represent those people on those streets, is that if this project is completed, a good portion of Pine Hill Road is, this project would be abutting Pine Hill Road. So if Pine Hill Road was ever to be reconstructed or turned into a public road, they would have a good portion of Pine Hill Road to have to pay in that instance. Now, that's been the problem for years, that the abutters and the people that live on Pine Hill Road cannot agree all to, put out a petition to make it public and pay that expense. So we're having a developer that is, has been in front of planning and zoning board, and a couple hundred, maybe as much as 400 apartments could be there. And in my humble opinion, I think we should ask, as part of their ability to put those apartments up, to develop that land, that they pay for the resurfacing of Pine Hill Road as part of that development. I don't know if we can do it. That's why I'm asking the city solicitor to get involved and give us an opinion, give me an opinion, give this council an opinion. But that's why I, again, filed the order after being called by many, a dozen residents that live off those side streets and those private roads and back. Again, if anything was to happen to that road, whether it be a tree come down and you couldn't get over it, or anything to do, the heavy equipment, there's a brook that runs under there. O'Hara Brook runs under Pine Hill Road. If the weight of the equipment was, I'm just saying, it's, hypothetical, but if the weight of the equipment had ever done any harm to that road and people couldn't pass out, it'd be a huge public safety issue where all those streets in the back come in and leave by one road, Pine Hill Road. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll end there, but if the city manager and the city solicitor could get back to us on this, I'd
Sure.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman, what reason do you rise?
I just want to, if I may, a friendly amendment on this. I've seen this situation play out before, and the situation was very similar years later when the developer had long left. There were deficiencies found in the work that was done, and it was too late to go back after the developer. And the residents of the private street to this day come before us from time to time wanting the street to be fixed, and we never had the authority to fix it. So my friendly amendment, if it's accepted by my colleague Councilor Frizzola, and I hope it would be, in addition to asking the law department's opinion, also ask for information from planning board on what, if any, conditions and/or restrictions are put on the developer post-construction for the maintenance of any road work that's done there. If that's acceptable, that's why I rise.
Okay, so we'll send that to the manager as
Thank you.
amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, on that particular item is 13G.
Yes,
Yeah, I want to abstain from that vote, please.
okay, roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Bellata, Council Economo,
Yes.
Council Rizzolo,
Yes.
Council King,
Abstain.
Council Mitra,
Yes.
Council Ojeda,
Yes.
Council Rivera,
Yes.
Council Rosen.
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 13H, request the manager work with the superintendent of public schools for working with Fan Jam to help youth apply to independent contractor work permits that would provide an opportunity for them to participate in busking and vending that the jam spots created in the city. Council King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, as it reads, the question I have is there a way to get this also to the Education Committee? So can the item go to the committee while we're waiting for the manager to potentially work with these folks?
Yeah, but
Is that possible?
How about we just send it to your committee, have them come in?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, 14A, held by Council King. 14B, transmitting information communication relative to the various options available to make and changes to the city charter. That will go to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14C, transmitting information communication relative to the advertisement for standing committee on municipal and legislative operations, meeting on Monday, August 17, 2026, related to the discussion of the city charter. Okay. It's just advertising the meeting. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14D, Transfer Information Quarterly Report outlining the various city council orders and chairman's orders adopted over the previous 3 months for the period of April 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2026. Okay, send it to MO. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Communication, refer to Economic Development Committee, the Research Bureau report. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
What number was that?
That was the
Okay, thank you.
15A. So we're on 16A, B, 16B,
16A.
and 16A, Council Fazolo.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, Mr. Manager, I know no one's here from Economic Development, but do you have any knowledge on this? Do you know what the zoning change would do? I was told maybe the developer would like to put apartments in there. Are you aware of that? Well, that's what I've heard, and I just wanted to clarify that. So I don't know why we're making the zoning change, but
It's going to go to the ED for a hearing anyway, so.
it's going to committee. I know that, but
We'll get,
Excuse
you
me?
want a detailed report on it? You'd like to see a detailed report, Council?
yeah, I wanted to see if the manager or someone here could alert me to what it might be. But that's fine. We'll just let it go to committee. I'll get a report.
Okay,
after.
perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, 16A and 6B refer to the Economic Development Committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 17A to 17E is motion to
Mr.
accept.
Chairman, if we could take out 17C and D separately, please.
17C?
And D separately?
Yep.
Could take them concurrently if you choose, the C and D, if you want.
Okay,
when
so
you
we have
get there.
17A to 17A to 17E minus 17C and 17D. Motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 17C, Council?
No, just opposed.
What's that?
Just, I want to be opposed on C and D. I have nothing to say.
You want to take a vote?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I just want to be marked as opposed,
Okay,
not speaking on them at this
Okay.
time.
okay, roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Opposed?
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. D, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata? Council Bellata?
We lose them.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Rizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
17D opposed?
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18A to 18C, motions to accept.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah. Council
just
King?
had a question here, clarification. Just trying to get an understanding through the chair as to food permits and the like, how that's not a public health issue through the chair, because under public safety.
Which item was
it's
that
good and
one?
fine. 18A. It's good and fine. I just wanted an explanation as to why that's not a public health matter through the chair. I know inspectional services under public health, public safety, maybe that's the reason. But I'm just trying to understand, you know, these are public health issues. And I'm wondering how it's falling under
That
public
was sent to
safety.
public safety, and please the city manager transmitting information communication related to the transition to risk-based.
I withdraw the question, Mr. Chairman. I'm good. We're good.
Okay.
Yep.
18A to 18C, motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 19A to 19M, motion to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 19N to 19V.
Mr. Chairman?
Council, oh, it was you, Council. I thought it was Council Rivera, okay.
No, if we can omit 19N for now and come back to it.
Say it again?
If we can omit
19A?
19N
N, okay.
and
So
then
do
come back to it.
19O to 19V, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 19N, Councilor Economo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This came out of committee with a recommendation to file, but since our committee meeting, the petitioner brought forward plenty of evidence to support the need for a guardrail. Video evidence, photo evidence, accident reports of cars coming into his property. So, in speaking with the clerk, we have the ability of this committee, of this council right now, to approve this item tonight, instead of sending it back to committee to go through the process of looking at all the video, looking at all the pictures, looking at all the police reports of all the accidents. So I would make the motion that we move forward on this and accept the guardrail.
Motion to accept. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Second, Mr. Clerk. Okay, we are on W, refer to traffic and parking, 19W. Those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 20A to 20M, advertise proposed ordinances from traffic and parking. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council King? Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 20N to 20Y, motion is accept and to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 20Z, motion was accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Traffic and parking. 20A to 21Z, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. 20Z. Okay, report of the traffic and parking. We got 22A, 2H, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Let's see, loan order. Motion was adopted in the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Mr. Chairman, just got a clarification here, if I may, on this item. It indicates that it eliminates the need for the council to vote on moving funds from one account to another. Is that right? Is that your understanding, Mr. Chairman, of what I'm
Yep.
voting on?
It's the same one we vote on, I think, every year. Is that right, Mr. Manager? We're talking about the loan order on
23A. To move funds from one account to another for administrative purposes, it's eliminating the requirement for amendment or approval from the council. I just want to make sure that my understanding before I vote on it is accurate.
Understand.
So this, a vote yes would take away the ability for the council or the necessity of the council to approve an amendment for moving of funds. Mr. Chairman, my vote is no.
Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
No.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
No.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
No.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
The vote-
24A to 24Z, motion was ordained on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 25A to 25C, motion was ordained on the roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellata?
Yes.
Council Economo?
Yes.
Council Pizzolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 26A, order of Councilor Jose Rivera, requests City Auditor provide council with a report detailing full financial audit and accounting of both the completed and currently underway work being done at Beaver Brook Dog Park. Motions to adopt, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm actually gonna file this because we're already moving forward with the work on there.
Okay, so motions to adopt.
Motion to file.
Motion
File.
to file.
File, okay. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, 26B and C, I'm waiting some additional information, just like to hold those.
So we need a vote to hold those under privilege. You need 4 votes. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
No.
Council Economou?
Yes.
Council Vazolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. That was B and C, you said? This is the D, Communications City Clerk, just for information communication regarding the City Council's office staff's implementation of a new employee mileage tracking process after conducting official city business. Refer that to MO. All set. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. That brings us to the end of the business. Motion. Excuse, what's that?
I just asked one
I
underprivileged.
can't hear you. Oh,
Underprivileged.
You, you want to suspend the rules?
Yeah, I have a question about next meeting that I didn't reasonably
So,
anticipate.
so suspend the rules,
Yeah.
roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Bellotta?
Yes.
Council Economou?
Yeah. Yes.
Council Vasolo?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Mitra?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Rivera?
Yes.
Council Rosen?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, Council Bergen.
Chairman, I just have a question on the procedure for the next meeting regarding the item that was held tonight involving the Civilian Review Board. I don't know how many of my colleagues interpreted what occurred tonight as I did. Rule 29, I'm not sure if Rule 29 allowed the item to be held. It was held. You know, that ship has sailed. But about an hour into the public testimony, and I think this is important for my colleagues to try to recall, but I wasn't timing it, but it seemed like about an hour into the 2 hours of public testimony, there was a comment from one of the speakers, next time in August, I'll bring twice as many people, which is fine, it's democracy. But it implied to me that there was a coordinated effort to hold the item already in place an hour before the item was actually held. And I don't know about my other colleagues, but I think all of us, while we appreciate public discourse, we don't want to hear it twice if it's avoidable, and now we're going to hear it twice. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to suggest to you that the next meeting, since this, in my opinion, this was a matter that was already held before the public participation had been concluded, that if you intend to go above the hour, I will likely oppose it, because that will be the third hour of hearing the same testimony. So again, I'm going to repeat, an hour or so into the public testimony, there was a comment made. When I come back in August, there'll be twice as many people. Perfectly fine comment. I don't disrespect the comment. I'd like to see the chambers overflowing, and that's democracy in action. What I take issue with is if there was, the only way that person could have made that comment is it had to have been a coordinated effort with one of the counselors to already have determined the item was going to be held. Then why do we go into an extra hour of discussion just to have that hour repeated in August? I just find that to be pushing the rule to a point of abuse. That's just my opinion. I respect the rules. I'm not saying anything was done wrong. I'm just saying that if people want additional time next meeting, I'm going to have an issue with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council Toomey?
Are we still under suspension?
Yes.
I just wanted, I don't know if Lieutenant LaRange is here, but I just wanted to state that tonight is the last city council meeting for him. He has spent 40 years and 4 months as a Worcester police officer, and I would hope that this body could say thank you for his years of service. Is he still here? Is he? I don't know. Yeah.
Officer Range, are you out there? He's just retiring after 40. He's retiring after over 41 years of service, that's all. He's gone. Okay. Good point there, Counselor. So, he's gone.
Oh, he's gone, oh, well, whatever. So congratulations. And it's on public record now that we're thanking you for your 40 years and 4 months of service, and hope you have a great retirement. Thank you.
Okay. So motion is to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.